Tired of being censored on social media? Join 6zeros.net. It's black owned, black operated, and black moderated. And we make sure it stays a safe space for us to talk about all things black culture. We also got some cool gear like the FDM cotton crew neck, the Fearless Ancestors tee, hats, and more. Check us out at 6zeros.net. Hey girl, why are you so sad?
I just got banned from Twitter again.
Should have been on 6zeros.net. Ah.
All right. Welcome once again, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, to the Beatzilla PDX official show. I am your host, Beatzilla PDX officially. And this is the midweek report. All right. So hopefully everybody is doing well. All right. Let me take those off now. Let me make sure this angle is good. Hopefully everybody's doing good on this Wednesday night. Let me fix something here. Let's get that squared away. Okay. Bring that down just a bit. All right. Now you can see me. Now I can see y'all. All righty. So let's see who we have in the chat thus far. As you guys are coming in, please hit the like and share button, please. Let's see. One Who Cares. Brandon Cruz sings. Queen Adia. Lawrence Lilly. Judah Queen. Dan Ruck. Silent D Productions. Sebastian Shaw. Desmond Works. Esmont. Kathy B. Rayvon Johnson. All right. So we got some folks in the house this morning, this evening. I'm saying this morning. All right. So hopefully everybody is doing well. Let's see. What do I want to get right on into? Because there were some interesting things that happened today. I had an interesting conversation on Instagram. So we will get to that part as well. But this is the thumbnail for today's broadcast. And, very interesting conversation. We will get into this as well. Keisha Johnson, welcome. Quincy McKay, welcome. Yes, indeed. So, without further ado, let me see if I have this video over here for you. A lot going on. And I've seen some things that came through about the whole Sweden thing. So we're going to get on that as well. But first, a little bit of, there's a couple things of breaking news out of Washington, which, I kind of look at it as kind of damage control, early damage control, because we're headed back into, let me get this off the screen. We're heading back into the whole season that kind of spawned this wave, shall we say, to even see how America, the average Joe American, would react if they didn't get their way on a grand scale. And we saw that on January 6th, did we not? So seeing that we're coming back around to another January 6th here in a few weeks, that is a testament actually not just to the people who were supporting Trump, but also to the people who were supporting Joe Biden. Because this stands as a report card. And you will always have January 6th now to look back and say, okay, well, what has happened since last January 6th? And so now we can look at what's going on. So the first thing that happened is we saw earlier, I think I reported on that Friday, that Joe Biden was not going to extend the student loan debt, hold off, which now I guess since it's changed, since he couldn't get the Build Back Better because of Joe Manchin, so he had to go do something to make sure he saved face before they disappear for the holidays. Because once they come back at the beginning of the year, by the time they're back into session, that the end of that week will be the anniversary of January 6th. So they have to show you something and show you like, hey, well, this is what we've done. See, this was all worth it. Well, we'll see. But this is just what happened earlier.
Is extending the pause on student loan repayments for an additional 90 days through May 1st, 2022. This is an issue both President Biden and Vice President Harris care deeply about. While the jobs recovery is one of the strongest on record, with nearly 6 million jobs added under President Biden, the fewest Americans filing for unemployment in more than 50 years, and overall unemployment down from 6% to 4.2%, we know some student loan borrowers are still coping with the pandemic and need some time before resuming payments. So this pause gives the administration time to manage the ongoing pandemic and further strengthen our economic recovery. In the meantime, the Department of Education, and they also issued a statement that hopefully you will have seen, will continue working with borrowers to support a smooth transition back into repayment and advance economic stability.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking.
You see what Quinn Diaz said? The interest is still racking up. So you're not really free of debt. The whole debtor's prison thing is still on the books. If you didn't know, we have been in such a society of prosperity that the thought of debtor's prison has never crossed anybody's mind. So much so to the point that we had generations that never even heard the term. So, looking at what's going on right now, just what I was sent earlier about this thing going on in Denver, in Colorado, with the trucker that just got 110 years. I have a view on that. Matter of fact, let me write that down so I can come back to that. Because I want to finish this first. Okay. 10 years. Okay. Let me come back to that. Because there is something. there's something a little deeper that that I just see that could be possibly at play. And it's what's crazy is it's one of those to where you can't help but understand both sides take. And I think it's kind of set up that way. It's kind of feeling that way to me. But we'll take a look at that. Because it's just, it is very weird. Very weird. Check this out.
From the White House, the president has just announced he's extending the pause on federal student loan repayments. NBC's Monica Alba is back with me from the White House. Monica, we didn't let you get away very far. A lot of news coming today. Talk to me about the student loans and just extending this. It was supposed to expire January 31st.
This is a really significant development, Andrea. When the president first came into office, he directed the payments be put on pause through August. Then later in the summer, they determined they were going to extend that again as Delta was surging to the end of January, as you point out. And now the president is saying an additional 90 days will go into effect for this pause. So this punts it all the way to May 1st, 2022. And of course, this is something that the administration had been under pressure to make a decision about, given what we're seeing with the economy. And this affects more than 41 million Americans who really felt they wanted this breathing room to continue to figure out what the president and this administration may do overall when it comes to student loans. And it is something that the Department of Education is reviewing with borrowers to see if they're going to make some changes. Of course, there have been many advocates, many Democratic lawmakers even, who've asked the president to consider forgiving up to a certain amount of these loans, potentially $10,000, maybe
Really
more. Some have called, of course, for the entirety of it. So this just gives the president, the White House, and the Department of Education more time to figure that out, while people, again, take more time, given, of course, all of the pressure and the unknowns of what the Omicron variant will mean for our uneven economic recovery. Andrea.
Thanks so much, Monica. Now we'll let you go. We appreciate all the news today from the White House.
Yeah. So I look at that as saving face. You understand what I'm saying? And this, with this student loan thing, again, remember, one of the things that I'm telling you we could absolutely be doing as a request of a form of reparations is free education, which would, of course, eliminate all student debt that is existing for foundational Black Americans right now. So there are, again, don't let them tell you that there are not systems that they could put in place for foundational Black Americans, the descendants of slaves, of American chattel slavery. These people, not to be confused, although we are now having some groups that are trying to horseshoe their way into the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Free college. You know, Rayvon Johnson, that is something I say often on this broadcast. Here is another thing that I also say. Because, see, we've watched what our government will do for other groups. They'll put them in position to build their own enclaves. Even in my city, we have Asian districts and Latino districts. We don't have that to where we have commerce, residential, you know what I'm saying, on the fairway like everybody else. So that is something that could be reinstilled in our community. Or, well, again, that would also go back to fulfilling how 40 acres and a mule would translate now. So there's a lot of different ways because it's a little deeper now. And it's not our fault that they took so long to ever get around to addressing their wrong. We ain't got nothing to feel wrong about. This is a debt that still has not been paid. Just because they let our ancestors die off without getting fulfilled and made right, that doesn't absolve these people who are still living off the benefit of it. Don't you let them tell you that foolishness. Don't you let them tell you that right here. You wanna figure out something, you can go ahead and lay down right now. Well, what if Joe Biden can do something for Black people right now? What would it be? Here you go. Yeah, I ain't been asked that question in a long time. They used to pop up on the little comment board. What can he do? What can Obama do before he get out of office? Plenty. Plenty. Good grief. How cowardly can you be? Let's see. So, yeah, let me download this first. Because we're going to get straight into something I'm noticing, which is, I guess, essentially all these things are kind of tied in together. Oh, boy, boy. So, y'all, we're going to take a little walk down the Beatzilla PDX show, Memory Lane. So, some things that I've talked about before that concern artificial intelligence and some of the power players that be. Now, if y'all know, y'all seeing right now that they coming out with the whole Sweden going with the whole chip thing. I'm probably one of the first people that went all the way back to 2012 when they were first starting to talk about this, and then played you the 2014 joint where they're talking about blockchain. So, you know, when you start hearing people breaking out something today, it ain't no, you know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, La Cat. Welcome, welcome. So let me see. Let me get this up in here for you. Talk about this Colorado thing, because I got a perspective on this Houston truck driver. They doing him dirty. 110 years. I guess technically it's justified by what their law says, but that's an unrighteous decree. And trust me, if this was a white dude, they would have found a way to get him off. So let's not play that game.
The family of a Houston truck driver joining demonstrators in Denver demanding change after that driver was sentenced to 110 years in prison. People on the steps of the Capitol in Colorado demanding the governor of that state step in. Rohel Aguilera Medeiros was handed down that massive sentence for a fiery pileup in Denver, which killed 4 people and, of course, injured several others.
His brakes failed, but he also drove past 4 runaway truck ramps that would have detoured his rig, avoiding the accident. 4 million people are petitioning for leniency in a story that has gained nationwide attention. Our David Gonzalez spoke with our legal expert about this case.
It's hard. It's been more than a week since Rohel Aguilera Medeiros was sentenced to 110 years in prison for his role in a deadly accident in Colorado in April 2019. Aguilera Medeiros took responsibility for the crash, but said it was not intentional. I asked to God too many times, why then? And not me.
I think this case is an anomaly.
KHOU legal analyst Carmen Rose says this case deserves attention because we're seeing the unintended consequences of mandatory minimum sentences.
Did you catch that part? He got 110 years. What this is saying is, this is one of those Joe Biden written laws under Clinton's meant for black folks that actually had to be applied to a non-foundational black person. Nonetheless, he ain't white. And yeah. So, whew, good luck there, brother.
Colorado, under the law, this is considered a violent offense. And so, unlike a lot of states, we don't run the sentences concurrently or at the same time. They're stacked one on top of the other.
Rose says that's how Aguilera Medeiros ended up with such a harsh sentence. Ouch. A Change.org petition asking he received a reduced sentence or clemency has collected more than 4.6 million signatures. Big-name celebrities like Kim Kardashian are also calling for action, saying the Colorado law is unfair and needs to be changed.
And that's the problem with mandatory minimums. And this case shines a light on those issues.
Governor Jared Polis says his...
I like that part that she just said. Let's hear that again. Did y'all hear that? Because, see, this is something that I think, man, boy, we head towards January 6th. What a horrible look. Ooh-wee. Kim Potter on trial right now. They got the verdict going out. Ghislaine Maxwell, her thing going on. The McMichaels done been convicted. We got to see what they doing. Derek Chauvin over here trying to sneak out of state prison into federal custody. A lot of stuff going on, folks.
Saying the Colorado law is unfair and needs to be changed.
And that's the problem with mandatory minimums. And this case shines a light on those issues.
Governor Jared Polis says his legal team is reviewing an application for clemency from Aguilera Medeiros' attorney. Roe wants to remind people there are victims and their families are still grieving. She says they should have a chance to let the court know what they think is an appropriate sentence.
He was taken away from me in an instant.
What is justice for any one person is very individual. But in this particular case, it has to consider the victims.
A motion to reconsider Aguilera Medeiros' sentence is scheduled for next week. In Houston, David Gonzalez, KHRU 11 News.
So here's something that I'm noticing again, and he gets to now learn the "you're not actually white" truth of America, because this would have been called an accident had he would have been just simply white. Tragedy. They may have been able to sue him and the trucking company personally on civil suits, but that man wouldn't have went to no prison. We got a whole police officer after 26 years on the force talking about how she couldn't figure out the difference between her handgun and a taser, right? That is legitimately what we're looking at. Well, with this whole Colorado thing, something that's going on are truckers. The truckers are, man, they're looking at basically boycotting the state of Colorado. Now, what I don't think a lot of people understand is the implications of that. So I get it on the side of the workers, right? We want to stand with our God. However, it's unfortunate for the people, but fortunate for the powers that be. Is fortunate for them for this to be used as a tool. Let's just go somewhere real quick. In the time to where, and I will say probably most of the people in my chat follow Queen Ahmadiyya Shakur. There's something that she has been harping on very, very much so lately, and that is that famine is coming, right? I mean, for those who believe in prophecy and follow prophecy, these are things that you would expect to happen. Well, one thing that a lot of people don't know about Denver, Colorado, especially, is Denver, Colorado is a hub that is one of the major locations. So for the Safeway company and the Albertsons companies, which Vons, Ralph's, stores like that, all throughout the West Coast, Southwest. We are Safeway. We have Safeway out here. So with this going on, that is their central location. They're literally right in smack dab in the center of Denver, Colorado. And that's all Safeway. So if the truckers are stopping, then that could cripple a whole grocery chain on a coast. You understand what I'm saying? That could literally cripple a whole grocery chain on one coast because they're boycotting the state. So if you have a hub out of a major grocery chain, such as Winco, Albertsons, and Safeway. Oh, by the way, it's also a Sam's Club hub. Are y'all following me here? Oh, guess what else? Costco too. So, if no trucks are going in and out of that place, what does that look like in the long term? So when I'm looking at stuff like this, I just see I see how this could be used for the worst situation for the people. And the powers that be, no, this is absolutely perfect opportunity to use. They would be fools to pass it up. So these people have operatives and agents everywhere. So that person just goes online, gets activated, and goes ahead and starts pushing, yeah, we need to boycott this. That's what we need to do. You understand what I'm saying? And that's how things happen. That is how things happen. Yes. So yeah, if you the whole Colorado thing, if y'all don't understand, um, that spells disaster. Spells disaster, and it'll start a cold chain reaction. A cold chain reaction. So, with that being said, I hope y'all understand one of the beauties of things that are taking place nowadays are micronations. So, you have the opportunity to maybe be part of one, join one, or maybe just you want to identify yourself as your own tribe and entity, but want to be tied to something else like a family or a nation, micronation of such. Well, then you could also entertain the idea of coming to the United Empires of Al Qaeda. So that is one way to look at things that are going on. Just, nothing wrong with being around your people, being connected to your people, and being one with your people. Because, see, everyone else has somewhere to go to if disaster hits America. We need to start thinking, how do we shore up our situation together for ourselves, even seeing that we don't have anywhere to go to in America, as we start to kind of tighten up our own house, shall we say. Then that, we're already seeing the international situation take notice of the voices coming out of this arena. And they have to. Now, it's a political chess move for them as well, because it all works for their benefit. But at the end of the day, we have to understand, when we have that much influential power, just by way of our circumstance, we definitely do not need to turn back around and give it to a damn politician. I hope we can get through that. You dig? And y'all send some good energy to my moderator, Judah Queen, please. She's a little under the weather, so send some good vibes to my sister. You know what I'm saying? Send her some good vibes tonight. And that healing energy. You dig? And yes, put that out in the universe. Yes, send our sister that good healing energy. Prayers up for our sister Judah Queen. If you doze off in the chat, it's all right. Just let that energy just permeate. So check this out, y'all. I want to play this first. So as I said, we're getting down to the nitty gritty of the Kim Potter deliberation. I believe. Good. I'm glad you're feeling better, Judah Queen. Good. With this Kim Potter thing coming down the pike, I ain't so certain that they're going to find her guilty on everything. I think they will find her guilty on something. You know what I'm saying? Sonny 81. Hey, welcome. Welcome. So I look at it like that. Uh I'm she might get around like maybe 5, 6 years, maybe do 4. I'm just not confident. I'm not confident at all about what I see. Um, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Maybe this long deliberation is just kind of maybe just figuring out kind of the severity of the actual guilty verdict. So who knows? We will see. But Queen Abadiah posted this on her Instagram earlier, and it's actually from I think Sean King originally posted this. I know how so many people have their different issues with him, and verdict jury's still out for me anyway. But that's neither here nor there. This is something that he came across that this almost is reminding me of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, because why didn't we hear about this? Are they messing with my stream? Wow. You know what's weird on my end? I'm literally looking at a green light that tells me my stream health is like excellent condition. Stream is healthy. Wow. So clearly it is on YouTube, saying if they're doing it, hopefully they don't fool with you too much. Like just for instance, I know what they were doing last week. So you had to keep refreshing the stream, man. So yeah, just kind of luck of the draw. You know how YouTube, ScrewTube does. So again, like I said, check this out. This is Kim Potter on a previous shooting that ended up in someone's death. Man, and I'm trying to figure out, like, well, okay, I've been watching this trial. I've been watching this trial. Now, granted, I haven't like watched it every day, not like the McMichael's trial. But yeah, I've been watching quite a bit of this trial, and I've like watched like highlights and caught up on stuff. I don't remember this video ever coming up in the conversation, which is really odd considering when I see stuff like this video, it just makes me think somebody that is this sharp and a trainer is also trained well enough to understand how to always play well for the camera. I mean, we are talking about someone who comes from a bloodline of actors.
Off and go to your cars and don't talk to each other.
Officer Kim Potter,
I'll be over to take you in a minute.
nearly 2 years before she shot Dante Wright, was the responding officer for the 2019 fatal police shooting of Kobe Heisler.
I am the mother of Kobe Heisler. He was 21 years old, on the autism spectrum, and was simply having a bad day that day. Grandparents called the police. Situation got resolved, so grandparents called the police back. Police chose to come anyhow, and ultimately ended up murdering my son. Brandon Akers and Cody Turner were the two shooters. Kim Potter was the first ranked officer who turned up on the scene. She instantly instructed the officers to turn their body cameras off.
While Kim Potter wasn't known to most before Dante Wright, the family of Kobe had been calling for her termination, along with the officer who fatally shot him.
You didn't run down the street and try to save Dante Wright's life, did you? No.
Now the release of this body cam footage reignites their questions and concerns, including the question of whether or not Potter's commands in this video were proper protocol.
Shut your body worns off and go to your cars and don't talk to each other. I'll be over to take you in a minute.
How the hell is this not in her case and trial? Did I miss something? I mean, because if this is in her trial, throughout all the stuff I have been watching, and I mean, I mean, all I can say is they keep replaying to me is her crying. Wait, my favorite. Lord. Marley K. Hey. With that old butter yellow dress. Right. And then up there looking like Aunt B. Ain't that the truth? You know, yeah, that was a whole other thing. She over there, oh, and there she's a mother and she's a mother. If you don't stop it, both her kids is grown. Over here talking like she got babies. Like, stop it. Yeah, let me rewind now. I got to hear that again.
Family of Kobe had been calling for her termination along with the officer who fatally shot him.
You didn't run down the street and try to save Dante Wright's life, did you?
No.
Now the release of this body cam footage reignites their questions and concerns, including the question of whether or not Potter's commands in this video were proper protocol.
Shut your body warns off and go to your cars and don't talk to each other. I'll be over to take care of you in a minute.
What Kim Potter did to that beautiful boy, Dante Wright, is as disgusting and egregious as what the Brooklyn Center Police Department did to my son in his own home in front of his grandmother. We are here to make sure that this does not happen to anybody else, to your son, to you, to your daughter. We don't want this happening to anybody else. It was really important that we show, because, you know, when Kim Potter's on the stand, they're talking about how wonderful she is. And we're here to show that she is not actually all that wonderful. And yes, show it.
Oh, okay.
Show it.
Oh.
Kim Potter, you're next.
Orange is a new blue.
Kim Potter's going to have to
mad at
be
that.
on there for next.
Yes. Cellmates.
I'm not buying it. I don't buy anything she says. And I'm not even going to get into the logistics of a 26-year veteran trying to use, oops, that was a mistake. Because even if she wants to get away with that, guess what? In most business, in most lines of career choice, mistakes can still cost you prison time, and mistake can still cost you your freedom. And that's what, so even if she wants to go with mistake, you could still get prosecuted for a mistake. She took this boy's life.
In Minneapolis, I'm Georgia Fort.
Shut your body warns off and go to your cars and don't talk to each other. I'll be over to take care of you in a minute.
Well, how about that? Wow. Clowning. Yeah, Dan Rugg. She's only getting manslaughter charges. And that's a doggone shame. That is a shame. However, you know, I'm glad that the mother got a chance to speak. That was very powerful, Sonny 81. And then telling cops to turn off their body cams is against policy. Oh, you used to help them? Oh, wow. Marley K. That's what's up. Okay, well, yeah, then we definitely know she was against policy. And I mean, it didn't sound, it's not like it sounds right when you hear it. Okay, so turn your body cams off. You wouldn't get, one of the first things that you're doing when you're getting arrested is you have the right to remain silent. But you don't have the right to turn off your camera. If you have the right to remain silent. If they put you in that camera and you put you in that car and you start talking, and then the dash cam records you, oh, they're going to take that into court. So the fact that they can do that to anyone, then they always need to be having their cameras on. Before, and during, and after. Because you never know what may happen afterwards. Just prime example. In this case, something that she keeps doing when she's talking about Dante Wright, rest in peace, is she's calling him the driver. The driver. What person can cry about killing someone whose name they refuse to call? Like, she can't even fake, because she doesn't have empathy. she doesn't really have a connection on even how to understand how to fake empathy. That's why the media is trying to help her out, trying to push, oh, man, she's crying, and oh, she broke down, and it was really emotional. No, it wasn't. No, it was not. See how they do? Oh, man, it was emotional. Man, oh, my God. We've seen this before. Have we not? Do you really think either one of those two dudes give a damn about what they did? What about her? She's already lost 2 appeals so far. She was so remorseful. We got this idiot up here hugging her. And there's her and her family. Oh, wow. What are the odds, man? Psh, another thing that couldn't be used in court. Imagine that. Well, I mean, you know, that's her brother. I mean, you got these buck-broken people out here. Man, where's the water? Where's the water? And look at that outfit. What's she about to go do? Go teach at a school? She about to go be a librarian in the school? Look at, man, if y'all don't know game when you see it, good grief. Oh, yeah, here's some more. Yeah, look at that. Look closely. Oh, I'm so broken up. Oh, my God, I killed someone. Well, oh, yeah, I don't even think we can legitimately call those fake tears because your face has to be wet to legitimately call them tears, right? Her face dry as a bone. Then she put her hand on her face. There should be something running down her cheek. Ain't nothing. No. Oh, boy. Yeah, I mean, you know, hey, what can I say? Oh, Lord. In the meantime, you know, you got people, oh, you got people just like this. I believe your sincerity and I believe I believe you. Let's hug it out. I believe your sincerity. You can do so much better when you go into prison. I want you to take my Bible. I want you to have my Bible and go to church in the prison and get closer to God. No, she was trying to get closer to home while y'all doing all this damn hugging. Can I hug her? Please. Please. It's damn shameful, man. Shameful. You know, and, you know, but this, I'm going to have to start breaking this one out because this is how people really need to be doing. And when you start seeing people that support this man, well, you know, Kyle Rittenhouse, he ain't this and that. And then you be talking, well, Breonna Taylor was a drug queen pen. I've heard so much stuff like that. You make sure you keep this on.
It's me.
Stop!
Oh, Lord. I said, that's too funny. That is too funny. Oh, man. So you know what? Yeah, we're going to get into some real throwback conversation this evening because we have to talk about this chip and all of this newfound transhumanism. And again, we are also talking about January 6th. And again, I hope people don't get us wrong when we say the United Empires of Alkebulan, because this does not mean that we hate anyone else. This means that we love ourselves. And one thing that we have not had to have the opportunity to do is to be together as one in without unnecessary hassle and unwarranted confinement. You dig? And so when people do have problems with, hey man, you're un-American asking for reparations, man. You just need a handout and all of this. Sometimes you just got to tell folks like this.
First was the controversial Reverend Jeremiah Wright.
I say America, America's mother, America's daddy, America can eat a dick, America can lick the balls.
Cut the check. Cut the check. You dig it? Oh, man. The transform. Yes. Omicron. You young, too. How you remember Omicron? That's from my generation of Transformers, really. Sure enough. I went to the theaters to go see that Transformer movie. That's really, really dating myself right there, ain't it? So, without further ado, we're going to get ready to move on to the next part of this broadcast. So, we will start off with a word from our sponsor.
Are you sick and tired of not getting your way whenever you want? Do people have the nerve to treat you like a normal member of society? Have you been accused of saying something racist and don't know how to shift focus? Introducing Entitled White Women's Tears, the revolutionary new solution that'll keep you looking your victimist.
I used to listen to women of colour speak in general terms about how racism affects them and amend my behaviour accordingly. I apologise for anything that I've done that was ignorant, and I'll be more mindful from now on. Thanks to Entitled White Women's Tears, I'm now perfectly comfortable explaining to them how they should be approaching their own activism and taking it as a personal attack when they call me out. Seriously, maybe you'd have more people on your side if you weren't so mean.
Did you just make Cindy cry?
But how is it about her? It's about me.
On the bad side. Here we go.
I used to exhibit socially acceptable behaviour. Thanks to White Women's Tears, I now see my time as more valuable than everyone else's. So I cut in line and abuse service staff whenever I want, even when I've made the mistake. I'm calling the police. You have lost me as a customer. Entitled White Women's Tears includes some of our most advanced privileged properties, combined with our best princess syndrome, so you can weaponise your crying wherever you want, whenever you want. Our specially formulated Entitled White Women's Tears isn't sourced from nasty places like grief, oppression, pain, or righteous anger. Rest assured, we bottle our Entitled White Women's Tears at the purest source. Fear of a power dynamic that has rendered you prone to legitimate criticism. Order your Entitled White Women's Tears now and receive a free sample of our Entitled line for men. I deserve this for some reason. The only drink that promotes a belief in your inherent right to power. Entitled White Women's Tears. It's victimhood Viagra by women for women. Don't let someone make you accountable for your bad behaviour ever again.
Oh, Lord. Entitled White Women Tears. Thank you for that sponsorship, please. Your sponsorship is greatly appreciated. Now, before we get on to the main topic, well, one of them, and I want to see what I want to do first. Actually, I think I'll do this, and then we'll go into that other piece. So, yeah, of course, talking about entitled white women tears. Here's a perspective about one Kyle Rittenhouse.
Or the media. Near as I can tell, the only 12 people in the country who listened to every single witness and examined every piece of evidence concluded unanimously that the state failed to meet its evidentiary burden. That doesn't mean he's innocent. It doesn't mean he didn't do anything wrong. It means the state failed, and you are therefore not guilty. And why people can't accept that? I mean, the jury system is the closest thing to small government they will ever have. And all 12 said the state failed to meet its burden. And why people can't accept that is disappointing and stunning.
Tommy, Trey mentioned small government. Kyle Rittenhouse also weighed in on big bloated government last night. He had this message for President Biden. We'll take a listen and get your thoughts on the other side.
Mr. President, if I could say one thing to you, I would urge you to go back and watch the trial and understand the facts before you make a statement. It's actual malice, defaming my character for him to say something like that.
Boy, please.
I got to tell you, it's great that Kyle Rittenhouse is able to come out swinging. And with what happened with the Covington Catholic kid, Nick Salmon, I think Kyle Rittenhouse is now looking at Nick Salmon saying, hey, hold my beer, because he's coming for the media. He has a case to come for the media. This man is also a lot more intelligent than a lot of these media commentators gave him credit for. He's incredibly well spoken. He explains his case and himself so well. And I think that people like Whoopi Goldberg would do well to maybe actually sit down with someone like Kyle Rittenhouse, hear his side of the story. But to Whoopi, I'd also say this. I wonder if her tone and her feelings would have changed if it was a mob of Trump supporters that were attacking a BLM activist. Would she then look at that BLM activist as a murderer? Well, something tells me she would not. And that is where the
Here's something else I want y'all to peep. Now, this is something that y'all probably miss in the melee of her bullshit, but I want y'all to catch this. So, why is she bringing Whoopi Goldberg and Black Lives Matter as if Whoopi Goldberg is some kind of representation of black liberation? Huh? Because she wouldn't. I wonder if Whoopi Goldberg would have the same kind of energy. Huh? Whose name you gonna throw out there next? Oprah? I wonder if Oprah gonna have that same kind of energy. Are you that far removed from understanding who absolutely has zero relevance to the black community? You couldn't pick another black person, well, the person with black skin, such as Whoopi Goldberg, to try to prop up like she's some kind of voice of the community. That's Whoopi Goldberg. She was with Ted Danson. Maybe you're too young to remember that one, but we don't fool with her like that. I don't know what y'all thought. Like, yeah, Whoopi cool. We won't throw her away because she's still black. But at the end of the day, don't nobody listen to what Whoopi Goldberg got to say. Whoopi Goldberg ain't gave a damn about the black community since The Color Purple. What's wrong with y'all? When have you ever seen her on the front line of any damn thing? She ain't even ever been on the front line of some LGBTQ shit. So, I mean, really? No. Only thing she did do was Jumpin' Jack Flash. Just go look back at her movie. She did not fool with black folks at all. If you ever thought she did, man, please. Look at the difference between her and Eddie Murphy. Look how many comedians you know now because of Eddie Murphy. What black comedians did she ever bring up? Rest my case. So this is why she uses Whoopi Goldberg. Whoopi Goldberg's not a person of empowerment. Whoopi Goldberg's a selfish actress who doesn't even see herself as black until she can get in front of a camera and exploit it. So this is what the both sides do. This is the both sides of the argument, because black people are saying you have to deal with us as a group. And as more of these micronations and more of these communities start coming out of the woodworks, start building this buzz and building this noise, you have to recognize we got to deal with black folks and do business with black people as the black group. And they ain't liking the vibe of that. So they're doing stuff like this so they try to shoehorn in Whoopi Goldberg.
Media commentators gave him credit for. He's incredibly well-spoken. He explains his case and himself so well.
When have you heard this said about a white person? Isn't it supposed to be typically a given? What she's literally saying, her type of phrasing is usually reserved for like a Jesse Lee Peterson type, or Brandon Tatum, or one of them. He speaks so well. You know, he's so eloquent, like a J.C. Watt. You know what I'm saying? One of them type of people. But for her to say that about Kyle Rittenhouse almost tells me, in the general thinking of white circles, they don't believe he's intelligent. Because why would she be on Fox News talking about how he speaks so well? Y'all catch that? That's stuff they talk about black folk. You speak so well.
I got to tell you, it's great that Kyle Rittenhouse is able to come out swinging. And with what happened with the Covington Catholic kid, Nick Salmon, I think Kyle Rittenhouse is now looking at Nick Salmon saying, hey, hold my beer, because he's coming for the media. He has a case to come for the media. This man is also a lot more intelligent than a lot of these media commentators gave him credit for. He's incredibly well-spoken. He explains his case and himself so well. And I think that people like Whoopi Goldberg would do well to maybe actually sit down with someone like Kyle Rittenhouse, hear his side of the story. But to Whoopi, I'd also say this. I wonder if her tone and her feelings would have changed if it was a mob of Trump supporters that were attacking a BLM activist. Would she then look at that BLM activist as a murderer? Well, something tells me she would not, and that is where the problem lies. It's not about justice. It's not about the facts of the case. It's not about the evidence. For these leftists in the media, it is all about the narrative. It's all about race, even where it doesn't exist. And they have to look at anybody who may be a conservative, who may be a Trump supporter, who may just be white, and they have to demonize them, because that's what they've done for so many years. It's worked for them. It's starting to wear off.
That's such a great point, Kaylee. Justice is not blind to the left.
No. And look, Whoopi Goldberg, to me, it's murder. Well, Whoopi, you don't get to decide what murder is. A jury of Kyle Rittenhouse's peers matched the facts to the law and found him to be not guilty on all of those charges. And then
Kyle Rittenhouse is guilty as hell. Here, look, get a close-up on me, too. We don't give a damn about what that punk-ass judge did out there. Kyle Rittenhouse is a murdering killer. He was guilty as hell. If you don't like it, well, yes, the system set him free. But if I see him, I'll tell him to his face, you was guilty as hell, boy. Ain't any black person to get on? Oh, he did it. Oh, you all trying to still send Bill Cosby back to prison right now. Kiss our ass. Kyle Rittenhouse is guilty, and he ain't no damn hero. And anybody up there following him ain't nothing but a white supremacist wannabe, or a full-fledged white supremacist. You understand what I'm saying? But I want you to understand what they all look like. Because, see, some of these dumb numbskulls out here, I don't really mess with no black bitches. I ain't really with no black bitches. Man, I got to get me a white girl, man. I got to get me a white girl. You dumbass. You see this energy right here, and this the type of Katie you want. But, the Becky.
No. And look, Whoopi Goldberg, to me, it's murder. Well, Whoopi, you don't get to decide what murder is. A jury of Kyle.
Oh yeah, by the way, fellas, these girls got work done to their faces, so you still ain't getting the cream of the crop. They had to get work done on their face to even be on TV, and they are white.
Rittenhouse's peers matched the facts to the law and found him to be not guilty on all of those
Keep it a
charges. And then
buck.
she says that one of the aggressors, who Kyle Rittenhouse shot in lawful self-defense, wasn't doing anything. Well, there's literally video evidence of him hitting Kyle Rittenhouse with a skateboard. But this is all about a narrative, to Tommy's point, where MSNBC, the headline they decide to put up is this. This is their takeaway from the Rittenhouse trial. Kyle Rittenhouse trial was designed to protect white conservatives who kill. That is
I'm sorry. I didn't hear a lie there. Did y'all hear a lie? I mean, we saw what the judge was doing. The judge was screaming on the prosecutor, and then waits until right before the trial is looking like, because that illegal gun issue would have sunk this kid. They well aware of that. So they hang and they had. So this is what all of this. Oh yeah, we're gonna sell bad. Yeah, baby. Family, this is desperation. This is what desperation looks like. I want you to just soak this in. Think about this for a minute. Why do you have to tell us on Fox News? Why would they have to reassure the Fox News audience that there's something worth paying attention to? Man, this is a victory. The hopes of white supremacy has hitched its wagon to Kyle Rittenhouse, George Zimmerman 2.0. Only difference between George Zimmerman is he ain't all that funny looking like George Zimmerman, and he still has the little kid look. But this is what they all do. Shoot, he could probably grow a full beard right now and be looking like, Duck Dynasty. But he goes, shaves his face, and, I'm just a little innocent kid. No, you're not. You sadistic bastard. So anyway, let's listen to a little more of this. And then I want to show y'all a little bit of his celebration as they're celebrating him. And like I said, the people who are celebrating this dude, the Kyle Rittenhouse and the January 6th crew, this is who this is.
It's literally the headline that was on MSNBC. But one thing that I'm sure you caught this too, Emily, really interesting to watch Kyle Rittenhouse use the term actual malice. That's the legal standard for defamation, and he used that when characterizing the way President Biden defamed him. Really interesting choice of words. Wonder if his lawyers told him to use those two words.
That's a great point. A use of specificity that unfortunately people on the left refuse to use because it has an absolute meaning. He's gearing up for a fight.
Oh, he absolutely is. And Kyle's mother has actually said they have retained an attorney and they do plan on suing. I just would imagine that list of who is on the list of being sued is pretty long, so they're going to probably figure out which media outlets to go after first, which is why I believe a lot of the media outlets are now trying to sort of backtrack. But what they have done is they have fanned the flames. And like you said, the narrative out there is the fault of these journalists. I don't know if Whoopi Goldberg really knows the case all that well. Perhaps she was turning to her network that she works for and the news and the journalists that are supposed to be reporting on this. Now, CBS, Mark Strassman, just this past Sunday, in fact, reported on the fact that, Kyle Rittenhouse crossed state lines, quote, armed for battle. Okay, we've all known that, number one, he did not cross state lines. That is a fact that was out there from the very beginning of the trial, which is why
I'm an expert on white women liars. Maybe that's why I've never dated one. But Damn. They clearly shown the map in the trial. Kenosha is not in Illinois. They saying he crossed state line. That's simply not true. He doesn't live in Kenosha. Ooh, boy. Believe all women. Believe people who talk like that? This woman is on television. And she's willfully lying. The boy is from Illinois. Kenosha. I don't know how you don't cross state lines being in this state and being in this state. Boy, they just don't care no more. It's like, oh, well, hell, y'all follow us anyway. We only answer. Y'all don't want to watch that new black media. You know, new black. Because you know what? I'm starting to family, we have done more damage than we ever will give ourselves credit for. This whole CRT thing, this ain't got nothing to do about what they teach in this school. This is about us. It took me a minute to figure that out, but thanks to Professor Black Truth, and I'll just listen to him, like, damn, yeah, she got me thinking. Which, of course, you know, everybody in this new black media space, this is my daily programming, and I'm part. You understand what I'm saying? I'm part, and this is my daily program. So shout out to the rest of the family at New Black Media. We're going to get to this nut that I had to run into earlier today, but still, I just want to point this out because I just can't drive this home enough. All of these people, well, let me show you this picture. All of these people have tried to employ the same trick, which is cry. And that's why I put them all in the thumbnail. Because all of them did it, and they're all giving you the, I'm so I kill a black person with. Give me the impunity that goes along with it. Look at that. All of them was crying, right? But look at Kyle Rittenhouse on the top now. Over there. See people over there. Okay, enough of Becky's. Check this out. This is from the new KKK rally. What was it? CPAC or whatever they call themselves. The new modern KKK rally. B. Mick, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? Dominic Devereaux. Man. Can't be serious, man. I mean, who is he, a boxer? Y'all ain't ready yet. Wait a minute. What am I seeing here? That's funny. I guess that's Kyle Rittenhouse's theme song, which is what you again. Kyle Rittenhouse, whoever produced that beat for you, is a Mystical fan. I would advise you to go all the way back to Mystical's first record. He has a song called Y'all Ain't Ready Yet. That's the groove. That's to your tune, buddy. Still a black dude. Sorry, man. So check this out. This is what how the event was kind of going. This is what he had to say. So this is a piece from the event. And this ain't no joke video. Like, this is really from this crap.
Nervous. I've seen what's happened here. And I was like, I don't know if you're going to win. Even if all the evidence is there, I'm just nervous for you. Do you think you're going to win? What'd you tell me?
I don't remember, Elijah.
Oh, you told me you were going to win. You said we're going to win. We're going to have all the charges dropped, and I'm going to walk free. And you promised me that. And guys, he is walking free. Can we just give it up for Kyle?
Can we back up for a minute and figure out why the hell that he was talking to these people who are at this level? Now, what they want you to believe, and because of this white supremacist hand sign throwing up every day, Judge Schroeder that was on this case made sure that Kyle Rittenhouse got off illegally and has not yet to still be prosecuted, which he should be. So, you know, that shoe has still yet to drop. There's a lot of people. Of course, you got the Fox News legal team, a.k.a. Court TV, that has definitely been running interference because, you know, when you have these legal shows, they always have these legal analysts. Man, all these people is a bunch of right-wing, anti-black assholes. Don't ever kid yourselves. And you can hear it. And I watch how they make excuses for everybody. Like with the whole, with the Kim Powder thing, how they report it is, when she mistakenly used her firearm instead of her taser. She is on trial to prove that to be true. Oh, but they want to report it as it's so. Oh, well, she definitely, you could see, she's so sincere. The same woman that just told them people to turn off their body cameras after smoking an autistic man in his house in front of his grandma. Yeah. it brings whole new perspective to that whole fiasco right after she shot him. Which now makes total sense to why she would still not be able to humanize him while testifying about killing him. Because she's an anti-black white supremacist to the heart. And the number one key of that religion, because it is a religion, it's a religion of Satan, which is the religion of white supremacy. Well, of course, the father of lies, the devil, deception. Rule number one, deception. See, one of the things that's in that book of Satan, that Bible of Satan, they claim might is right. Well, we know that's not true because the cowards of the world run it right now. And they can hide behind all of their little devices while the curtain of the Wizard of Oz is still down. But there's some to where the veil is completely up and they just still don't recognize that people see them for what they are. Well, you're going to get an education on how that is and who they are here. So let's start this again. These people up here, again, like I said, this is a political entity. The January 6th crowd. Make no mistake, that's exactly who this is. And they were talking to him before he got free. What that say? What does that say to y'all, family?
I'm nervous. I've seen what's happened here. And I was like, I don't know if you're going to win. Even if all the evidence is there, I'm just nervous for you. Do you think you're going to win? What'd you tell me?
I don't remember, Elijah.
Oh, you told me you were going to win. You said we're going to win. We're going to have all the charges dropped, and I'm going to walk free. And you promised me that. And guys, he is walking free. Can we just give it up for Kyle Rittenhouse, a free man, walking, sitting right here in front of us, showing.
The system of benevolence called white supremacy gave him a guarantee to go home for free.
Us that justice is still alive in the great country of the United States of America. He is just a normal person. We took away that power from them, and Kyle took it away by showing the world who he really was.
Well, and it's even a step further. It's not only he didn't do anything wrong, he did everything right. That if, and we must say that, he did everything right that night.
That's an important piece. Let's hear that again. That's a real important take right there. Let's hear that again.
That if, and we must say that, he did everything right that night, is that Kyle acted properly. Everything right that night. And we must say that he did everything right that night, is that Kyle acted properly and morally and lawfully when someone tried to kill him. That if, and we must say that he did everything right that night, is that Kyle acted properly and morally and lawfully when someone.
Did I not just say that the religion of white supremacy's first rule is deception? He acted properly. He should have went out of state. Now, I just played the previous video where you saw the lady on the news just flat out lie. He didn't leave the state. That's not true. Yeah, he did. Kenosha's not in Illinois. He lives in Illinois, not Wisconsin. These people will do this, and I hope y'all see that. I mean, it's for real. So, with the obvious white supremacist lies, you know, those are the easy ones to see, right? Because everybody doesn't look at them as that. Now, if y'all seen this other story that came out today about the KKK, how, oh yeah, we were investigating the KKK and this and that. Family, all of that is absolute game to make sure that when we talk about white supremacy being a system, so as we're moving into everybody remembering January 6th, as we're moving into that, everybody will be able to remember, hey man, y'all ran up in the spot, and then you, Joe Biden, have done nothing but just ram a bunch of jabs down our throat while looking at giving money to all of these groups. So for the left wing and the right wing, 2021 has been an absolute disaster for the face of privilege. And you know what I say?
First was the controversial Reverend Jeremiah Wright.
I say America, America's mother, America's daddy, America can eat a dick, America can lick the balls.
Because clearly the feeling must be mutual, right? I mean, because what do you do when you have things like this?
Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No.
TikTok trend features white women showing off fake cry. A new TikTok trend in which white women force themselves to cry is causing dismay across social media. In a video posted on Twitter, a white woman is seen crying before stopping abruptly and smiling. This video is one of many that's been shared on the platform that follows the new trend. Ultimately, what started out as a funny, lighthearted trend has now become a topic of conversation among social media users. Many online are sharing their thoughts on the videos, most of which surround the topic of how white women have a history of faking distress and, ultimately, causing harm to black people. Imani Barbaran, a black woman, shared another video on Twitter of the trend, saying it is nothing new to see white women fake cry. "This is not a trend, this is just our lives," Barbaran said.
Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No.
It's me.
Stop!
That's what I think of old Kamala right there. Oh, man. So, family, we got to talk about some things that they got going on. Jeez, man. It ain't looking good, family. I mean, if y'all been following this broadcast, when I first did the very first weekly wrap-up, I started telling y'all about some of the major players in this pandemic scheme of things, right? So, remember I showed you about how the blockchain thing and how they were, I showed you how they were talking about the RFID chip. And then I also showed you the companies that were affiliated with this. So, oh, Lord, I'm going to play this and then we shall get into this discussion. Hey.
I think it's very much part of my own integrity to have myself chipped and keep my personal data there with me. I actually feel in a way that it's even more controlled on my end, having it in my own hand.
So I have a chip implant in my arm, and I have programmed the chip so that I have my COVID passport and on the chip. And the reason is that I always want to have it accessible. And when I read my chip, I just swipe my phone on the chip and then I unlock and it opens up. This is a PDF, which is my COVID passport. And this means that it's always accessible for me or for anyone else really who wants to read me. For example, if I go to the movies or go to a shopping center, then people will be able to check my status even if I don't have my phone. A chip implant costs, 100 euros if you want to buy them, the more advanced versions. And you can compare this with, for example, a health wearable that will cost perhaps twice that, but at the same time a chip implant you can use for 20, 30, 40 years, whereas a wearable you can only use for 3-4 years. If you understand how these implants work, they don't have a battery. They cannot transmit a signal by themselves, so they're basically passive. They're asleep, right? They can never tell your location. They're only activated when you touch them with your smartphone. So this means that they cannot be used for tracking anyone's location. And what matters to me is that the people who get chip implants, they do so because they are, on a voluntary basis, and because they're curious and they want to work with this technology.
What do y'all think about that? So, again, do you really believe that wouldn't track your whereabouts? These are things they want people to start buying into. And it's because they want sheep. They don't want a bunch of thinking individuals. They need people to be sheep. So, I said we're going to take a little walk down memory lane. Let's see, is this the first one? Let me see which one I want to play first. I think I'll play this one for you first. So, this is just your friendly neighborhood eugenicist coming through with a plan. So, this is from a few years ago, about 6 years ago. Yeah, take a listen to your boy.
Please welcome Mr. Bill Gates. We also face a new threat that the next epidemic has a good chance of originating on a computer screen of a terrorist intent on using genetic engineering to create a synthetic version of the smallpox virus or a contagious and highly deadly strain of flu. So the point is that
he's doing the Hollywood thing right here. If you know how Hollywood works. So the witches and warlocks that run Hollywood and that are down in their lane for the powers that be. Oh, I guess I must have said something that they didn't like. I got one of those spams in the chat. The old powers that be. My partner called me, I think earlier today or either yesterday. I think that was yesterday. Called me and, oh man, I've been one who has been, my calls have been tapped for a very long time. So I don't talk on the phone that much, but it was just like, damn, I got to remember I'm on the phone with you. All that clicking. Click, 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 click. And one of the reasons is because I actually know this guy.
Genetic engineering to create a synthetic version of the smallpox virus or a contagious and highly deadly strain of flu. So the point is that we ignore the the strong link between health security and international security at our peril. Whether it occurs by the quirk of nature or at the hand of a terrorist, epidemiologists show through their models that a respiratory spread pathogen would kill more than 30 million people in less than a year. And there is a reasonable probability of that taking.
Damn, that sure sound familiar, huh? Imagine this. It's like 2016. Who would have thunk?
Place in the years ahead.
Right, Marley K. All tech can be hacked.
Many epidemics starting. For example, Ebola.
Where we see epidemics starting from places to where you have been at. Oh, imagine that, buddy. Here's some more.
Questions that we've actually received since we started the webcast. The first
is on population growth. And the question is, one of our most pressing issues is population growth. How do you expect this to be addressed?
Well, the population growth issue at the global level is not that daunting. That is, the population percentage-wise is growing slower today than in the past, and so it will actually peak out. The problem is that the population is growing the fastest where people are less able to deal with it. So it's in the very poorest places that you're going to have a tripling in population by 2050. And so their ability to feed, educate, provide jobs, stability, protect the environment in those locations mean they're faced with an almost impossible problem. Northern Nigeria, Yemen, Chad. And so what we need to do is...
Let's just put this up here on the screen real quick. Yeah. Here's some things that George Soros has donated to. I will come back to that and revisit this. Notice all of the nations to which he's talking about, and he's calling them poor. He's calling them poor. To which nation could he actually legitimately claim is poor? I guess everybody would be poor to him, though, right? I mean, see, this is people hear this type of talk, you should be concerned, because he is a person that, like, if anybody who has been following me for a while, like I tell y'all, go Google Bill Gates and an African American and send me the picture. Send me the picture if you find it. I know you won't, but if you can, I know you won't, but if you can, I mean, I've literally did a video on that, okay? Y'all just don't understand, man. Let's see. Did I get that picture in here? No, I did not. Okay, so let me go ahead and keep playing more of this demon.
The problem is that...
Oh, yeah. Also, don't get it twisted that he's just talking about African nations. That also is a euphemism for all black folks in America. Don't get it twisted.
The population is growing the fastest where people are less able to deal with it. So it's in the very poorest places that you're going to have a tripling in population by 2050. And so their ability to feed, educate, provide jobs, stability, protect the environment in those locations mean they're faced with an almost impossible problem. Northern Nigeria, Yemen, Chad. And so what we need to do is...
You know, it's funny because he actually is doing all that talking. Most of what he said doesn't even apply to an outside country. It applies to the African-American population within America. You know, the foundational Black American. That's who it applies to. These Moorish Americans. These native Moorish Americans. That's who that applies to. But, you know, when you have people like this, and he's growing up under this association, his dad being in the mix, you know, these just are things we got to understand. You got the media, finance. Oop, Anthony, who over there? Man, imagine that. Team Eugenics. And here's the offspring, demon spawn of that crew.
Take this age generosity and this innovation and go into those places, offer the women better tools where they want to space birthing or have a smaller family size, and improve health, because it's amazingly, as children survive, parents feel like they'll have enough kids to support them in their old age, and so they choose to have less children. Niger right now, it's still 7 children per family, whereas in the richer countries, you're often at a stable point of which is
2.1 or even less. And so it's really an acute problem in a certain number of places, and we've got to make sure that we help out with the tools now so that they don't have an impossible situation later.
Yeah, you think? Let me get this up here. Where is it? There we go. So let me remove that. And then I'm going to go. So this is a video I have played. Wait, do I want to play this one first? Is this more of the same thing? No, so this is more, so they're going on a push for this. Well, actually, no, I will play this one first because we understand what the Swedes are doing now. So, but if y'all remember, I played this video a few months back, letting y'all know about what they were going to do with this kind of blockchain thing.
Elias Brotberger goes to work. He doesn't need ID, and he doesn't need money. In fact, much of what he needs to get through the day is hidden right there, just below the surface, in his hand.
You like to touch it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, weird. Yeah, it's like a grain of rice.
Yeah, a grain of rice.
Embedded in his hand is a microchip that serves as his keys, his ID, and his wallet.
Yeah, it's all on chip, so I use it like to get around the building.
Buy snacks.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's buy some snacks. So I can't open it.
No.
Okay.
So what I need to do is I need to first blip my chip, and it will log me in, and from there I get access to the fridge.
Popular TV shows like Black Mirror have imagined chips as part of a dystopian future.
Install in-grain procedure with local anesthetic and you're good to go.
In Sweden, the microchips are already here.
The microchip implants use the same technology that's in contactless credit cards,
which have made cash pretty much obsolete in Sweden.
No cash.
At this tech fair, a chipping event for those on the cutting edge, merging their hands with this new technology.
I thought
a chipping event. Family, what are we seeing right now? That jabbing nations. We seeing these jabbing nation lines, right? Is this the next move? Is this the next move here?
no cash.
At this tech fair, a chipping event for those on the cutting edge, merging their hands with this new technology.
I thought it would be fun, right?
The process is simple and swift. A pinch of the skin, and in a matter of seconds, the chip is inserted. The transformation is complete. As for the pain,
I barely felt it.
but even in this nation of early adopters, not everyone is racing to get chipped.
Feel less human. I will feel like a robot.
I mean, it's so much more data can go into this, when it's in your body.
There's no central registry tracking how many people are chipped, but biohacker Hannes Wellblood estimates between 5 and 10,000.
In the future, do you think everyone is going to be chipped?
I think it'll be voluntary, but I am certainly convinced that millions of people will find it very, very valuable to have a smart device under their skin.
Human microchipping may be our future, but in Sweden, it's already reality.
Let's just revisit something he threw out there that I don't understand why he even interjected that. Oh, Lord. Listen.
Central registry tracking how many people are chipped, but biohacker Hannes Wellblood estimates between 5 and 10,000.
In the future, do you think everyone is going to be chipped?
I think it'll be voluntary, but I am certainly convinced that millions of people will find it very, very valuable to have a...
Why did he interject that voluntary? I think it will be voluntary. She didn't ask you anything about mandatory anything. Y'all catch that? She ain't asked him nothing about no man. Will you think it'll be mandatory? No. Where's this going? Well, I think it'll be voluntary, which means it'll be forced.
No central registry tracking how many people are chipped, but biohacker Hannes Wellblood estimates between 5 and 10,000.
In the future, do you think everyone is going to be chipped?
I think it'll be voluntary, but I am certainly convinced that millions of people will find it very, very valuable to have a smart device under their skin.
Human microchipping may be our future, but in Sweden, it's already reality. Sarah Harmon, NBC News, Stockholm.
Hey, NBC News fan.
See some more.
Implants are a very versatile technology that can be used for many different things. And right now, it's very convenient to have a COVID passport always accessible on your implant. So in case your phone runs out of battery, it's always accessible to you. So of course, that's how we use this technology today. Next year, we're going to use it for something else.
Whoa! Did you catch that? Okay, so family, if y'all been following me for a while, I've been telling you about these companies that are tied to Teva, and one of the companies that's under them is activists. So activists, the people that make that lean. So, and also, they also make these pills. Yep, Amazon tried it out a few years ago. Oh yeah, I played the commercial on Amazon One. And see, Amazon One is still very much still going to be involved. That's why there's such a big push for going shopping offline. Tia to you. Yes, indeed. So, this is no wicked. I'm cold. I'm too cool. So, let's see. So, y'all see what I see. We have a lot of agendas coming our way. Oh. And we always have to pay attention because, unfortunately, for a lot of these wicked, nefarious agendas require something of us. Oftentimes, hence all the missing black folks with missing body parts. They turn up; they don't have their stuff in them no more. You know what I'm saying? That type of madness. So this is about 4 minutes. So I'm gonna play this because again, this is all. It's all connected, and it's like through big pharma and well, number one, the powers that be, or the powers that shouldn't be. They're minions, big pharma, and the media. They're tools, and then see the one thing that is gonna happen, and I always take note to when America is willing to short its military. America has been willing to cut military spending, but refuses to cut police spending. That makes sense? International security is less important than national security. Black folks with nothing but sticks and stones are getting all the attention, while people without even a weapon are getting murdered. We just showed you earlier today, autistic. This same person who shot Dante Wright is involved with trying to get other police off for murdering another individual. Now, there's a whole petition and been whole petitions to get this woman removed. They up here talking about her like she's crying of sincerity. Meanwhile, she ain't nothing but a dirty dog. So I'm going to let this run, and we're going to talk about this because ladies, let me know after y'all see this if y'all feel like calling in. I would love to get y'all perspective on this. This is another form and element to the transhumanism, AI, ultimately getting black folks completely back under subjection and submission and full-blown slavery. So this is one of the ways also. So you women, it would be like a handmaid's tale. So just imagine, say, you take a group of black women and say, okay, y'all slaves ain't going to reproduce. So we need y'all uteruses. Y'all may think I'm playing, but, you know, these are the people in your neighborhood to which I speak of. You better understand who you really up against. Because think of what they were doing just to even come up with the gynecological field. What do they say? The modern medicine is that one sick dude that was doing all of them experiments on black slave women with no anesthesia. You know, going all up in you, doing all this old weird ass shit. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, they just ramping it up to 2.0. And if you notice, what's up with these Swedes? What's up with these little demon spawns up here that always trying to play God? What's up with these people up here? It almost makes me wonder. I mean, because, you know, I like, I've always liked the Jurassic Park movies. And one of the things that always stuck out to me is it's like, well, if they could do that, they would. But that's just who I know. You know what I'm saying? So this is the people. Don't think there would ever be anything to stop these people. If they could bring back dinosaurs today. And if they can, then they probably already somewhere right now knowing these folks. So check this out, family, because this is their next move on us, and it is nefarious as hell. So ladies, hold clutch your uteruses tight. Because these people is evil as hell.
And you can borrow those. You can also borrow these.
Can't borrow a uterus.
Can you borrow this? Men can say what they want about their bits, but the uterus is pretty dang tough. And that makes sense. After all, it allows a human being to grow inside another human being. While not every woman dreams of feeling nauseous or carrying 30 extra pounds or having to constantly pee, a lot of women do. But 1 in 500 women struggle with what is called absolute uterine factor infertility.
And that is when there's something wrong with the actual uterus, that it's either missing from birth, you have lost it in hysterectomy due to benign reasons or malignant reasons, so it's not possible for the uterus to contain a pregnancy.
Well, not without a little help. Meet Dr. Lisa Johannesson and Dr. Giuliano Testa. They are 2 of only a handful of doctors around the world who perform uterine transplants, which is exactly what it sounds like.
It's taking the uterus of a donor and transplanting the uterus in a recipient. It can be performed with a living donor or a deceased donor and allows a woman to experience pregnancy.
But how easy is it to swap a uterus? Turns out, not so easy. Both the recipient and donor undergo transplant surgeries that last about 5 hours each.
Then you have the process where you have to make sure that the uterus is viable.
And if it's viable, they try to implant an embryo via IVF. But the surgeries don't end there. Unlike in other organ transplants, the uterus is only allowed to stay in the recipient for 5 years. The removal is important so that the recipient does not have to take immunosuppressive drugs for the rest of her life. If you were keeping score, that's at least 12 months and 2 to 5 invasive medical procedures. With this kind of commitment, patients aren't lining up for this elective experimental procedure, right?
Yeah, you would be surprised. There's a lot of interest, both from the donor side, as I mentioned previously, but also from recipients. There's several hundred women calling in and wanting to be a part of this.
To me, why wouldn't you try to help somebody? And to never have a period again, that's just a bonus.
Taylor has 2 boys. For Taylor, pregnancy became a bonding experience once she could feel her baby move.
It's a completely different thing once you start feeling them kick and feeling them move.
In 2016, Taylor donated her uterus to another woman.
It's something that only women get to do, right? And so there's just something special about being able to carry another life and bring that life into the world.
In the US, the surgery is only being done in clinical trials at the Cleveland Clinic, University of Pennsylvania, and Baylor University. And worldwide, about 17 babies have been born via a uterine transplant, and more doctors plan to start their own trials. The potential success has the transgender community excited too. Can a uterus be transplanted to a biologically male body?
At the moment, we are focusing on restoring a body function that was supposed to be there in a female and not creating a new one. But that can change.
This all sounds complicated, and you're probably thinking, why do we need this surgery when other options to parenthood are available?
The last cornerstone in infertility that we have not been able to cure is the uterine factor infertility. And for these women, they have traditionally been assigned to adoption or gestational surrogacy if they had an active child wish, or they had the option of just accepting their infertility.
Theoretically, many things are possible and will be in the future that do not seem to be possible today.
Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, check out our website for more great content. And don't forget to subscribe to FreeThink.
Are y'all seeing what I'm seeing? Oh, well, a transgender can... They're going to try to act like that whole piece wasn't about the transgender community. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. And that's about taking... Well, see, here, look here, black women. You should get used to giving up your womb to some of these men that, that are now women. They want to have kids too. Why be so selfish, sisters? I mean, you are the strongest of the mother and the birth givers of the earth. So, I mean, you have the strongest uterus. I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense for all of these missing birthing age black women, huh? Maybe that's just my tinfoil hat. Or maybe not. Yeah, where all our missing black women at? And I saw something today, just in like one of those fluky things, I guess. You just like end up flipping a channel or somewhere. You just end up stopping or something and you watch something. So I caught a piece of a random program talking about, it was talking about doctors lying and telling women they need their uterus removed. Absolutely. One of my best friends, I feel that was probably the case with her. So yeah, I've seen it happen. I've watched it happen. Damn shame. I mean, these people are evil, man. Evil, evil, evil. And I think one of the hardest things for black people to do is to accept that just some people don't process things the way we do. We're loving, understanding. Shoot, if we weren't the loving, understanding people, there's no way we could stay in this conditions for so long. I mean, you got people that will still try to. Here it is. Now, this is one of the main reasons why I don't like telegraphing my punches, because I know how people are. So now that people are very well aware that the United Empires of Al-Qaeda exist, and clearly Tina has now been making some more movement and getting visible with what we're doing. There are the spirit of discouragement comes up so quick, and that's why for me it's like, nah, I'd rather just build with people who want to build and keep things like this. If it's a clout thing for you, then this ain't for you. So, prime example, I'm literally doing live broadcasts this whole time. I ain't mentioned nothing. Why? Because that's how you're supposed to operate. And when the time is ready for you to drop what you're doing, then that's when you bring it to the people and say, hey, this is what we're doing. Here's the opportunity to be part. Now we are here. So, officially that was what? They're messing with my resolution. Oh, damn, I can see that. Even on my own playback. And you know what? I still have an excellent stream. That is crazy. So I'm watching my own playback, which should be set to at least 720. Don't piss me off or make me use this other thing, because, I mean, I actually could be going at 1080. So get it together, StreamYard. Y'all better stop letting these folks mess with me. Especially at this point. I've always told y'all folks that quality or quantity doesn't mean quality. So there's a lot of people that can have big numbers, but they don't have any influence where they need to have influence. So again, y'all can see, I think by now it's very clear the numbers that show for me are not my legitimate numbers. And there's a reason, because there's not many people that break down what I break down. Not like this. And I most definitely don't. There ain't nobody else that can break down these liars like I can. You show them to, if these here, let me know. Because shoot, we got things to discuss. So if there's another one out here on the internet that can like do what I do, shoot, let me know. I'm not a hater. Let me know. There's things we need to talk about. I got a kindred soul out here. Point me in that direction. See, that's how I work. Everybody that fool with me know how I move. What you see is what you get. So, be genuine, be yourself, be real. But most importantly, don't be a coward. So I guess if nothing else, the fact of my lack of fear, again, you have to face certain things in your lifetime. There's things that just change people. You know what I'm saying? None of us are above that. So, some people never have to go through it. Lucky you. Lucky you. That's all I can say. Oh, man. So back to this other devil. Again, one of the most racist individuals that I am aware of in existence. And I could put that to the test. Like I said, Google this dude. Or any search that you could go find pictures in and tell me if you can find Bill Gates and a actual foundational Black American. Yeah, I'll say ADOS. So because I got ADOS folks that I fool with. I fool with ADOS people. The ADOS leadership does not mess with me. So I don't need to be put in no category. No. No. And if anything, y'all should see what I do. I don't go after nobody unless we have familiar people in common and I hear you talking different, then I'm going to call that out. So, wait a minute. Hold on. Don't you know such and such? Oh, okay, that's what I thought. Not over here. I mean, man, I've been in situations where it's important, so important for a multi-millionaire running a billion-dollar company to get some kind of attention from my wife because he was just so ego-driven. So, yeah. Oh, boy, I'm just saying way too much. So, yeah, for me, I'll just see what I see, and I know hustle and I know con. And I know how the level of con goes. I can see the level of insecurity. I'm talking about, boy, a cat that got a Rolls Royce Phantom outside. Still worried about being recognized in the club. Best friend Michael Jordan, you worried about what somebody thinking about you. Ooh, Lord. What is that like?
What could cause an excess in a single year of 10 million deaths? Now, clearly a big war could, and a pandemic, natural or created by bioterror.
Is he referring to himself as a terrorist? Is that what I just heard? I mean, because, that's right. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Alleged, this is his. Because they also say, well, because that patent for the thing is technically under some people to which work for him, so it technically ain't really him, so you could trust it because they put Dr. Kizzy on the face of it. Ain't that right? Because they put Dr. Kizzy on it, well, you know what you gotta do.
I'm not asking what's in the infusion. I'm not looking up all of the ingredients in the infusion. I am sticking out my arm and I am taking the infusion.
The natural pandemic, the last gigantic one, was 100 years ago. We are healthier today, but the speed of travel, and therefore the speed of global spread, that works against us. But in some ways, the bioterror thing scares me the most. All it takes is one small terrorism group. Those groups have used things like anthrax that are non-human to human transmissible, and as yet, thank goodness, they've never been able to build or get their hands on a nuclear weapon.
Here's one of the main reasons why they don't want y'all listening to me and the masses is because I know what the devil sound like. And all the little subtleties and all what you hearing right now is the devil speaking. And I'm not saying that Bill Gates is the devil. What I am saying is he's very well acquainted with them. Like all in. You know how you hear these artists say they sold. Yeah, Bill Gates ain't the devil, but he got a very close relationship with that man. Can't you tell? Listen how smooth he is. This is a long-term relationship that you are seeing right here. So comfortable. So comfortable. Listen to this man.
That works against us. But in some ways, the bioterror thing scares me the most. All it takes is one small terrorism group. Those groups have used things like anthrax that are non-human to human transmissible. And as yet, thank goodness, they've never been able to build or get their hands on a nuclear weapon.
Are you nervous about your own life and
No.
what could happen?
This thing will get a lot of countries before it it gets to the U.S. But even the U.S. has to think about its global health security. It's a government thing to decide, okay, this is a problem, how do you move resources around, how do you
Family, I totally understand, and this is one of the reasons why I'm allowed to speak so freely for what I've been privy to, because there is no way on earth that you would never believe that I know this man. As much as I can tell you about every little thing about this dude, there's just no way on earth you could believe it's true. So this is one of the reasons to keep me safe. Shit, if I was white, I'd been gone. They would have got my ass out the paint a long time ago. William Cooper? Shit. Yeah, they got him out the paint. Why? Because he was also part of DARPA. They just tell you now, man, y'all better pay attention to some of these TV shows, because some of the shit they saying in these shows is actually real. I'll just hear something like, oh, wait a minute. Wait, what the hell did you say? Oh, and they're putting it out in a storyline in like Hollywood. So, because it's a like agent show, it's like, oh, okay. So now you hear it. If it ever gets out, you'll just now think, oh, that's conspiracy. Man, you got that off TV. It's one entity. Powers that be, their military and their media. It is no separation at all. Let this man's words prove it to you. I'm telling you, I'm going to wind it back. Man, listen to this cat. What he's saying to you is literally the blueprint that he knew he was part of implementing. But he's saying it in craftly ways to where, well, this is a potential that can happen. No, it ain't no potential. You're part of the plan of executing it. Cut it out. I've been telling y'all about this man since I've been on in front of a camera. Trust me, I know who he is. And that's why I'm breaking it down for you. You ain't never heard nobody break down this demon. Woo!
Those groups have used things like anthrax that are non-human to human transmissible. And as yet, thank goodness, they've never been able to build or get their hands on a nuclear weapon.
Are you nervous about your own life and
No.
what could happen?
This thing will get a lot of countries before it gets to the U.S., but even the U.S. has to think about its global health security. It's a government thing to decide, okay, this is a problem, how do you move resources around, how do you allocate the scarce supplies? When an epidemic hits, governments...
You kind of overshot it, Bill. This is why I meant to play this article or this video a long time ago. But if you peep what he just did, he told you about famine before he even explained the reason why there was a damn famine. This dude. This
is a problem. How do you move resources around? How do you allocate the scarce supplies? When an epidemic hits, governments having been prepared in advance and going through simulations, that will help them make the decisions that are only in their hands.
Fall of 2019, was there not a simulation of exactly said thing? And see, because he's giving it to you in such a calm manner, nobody ever suspected that he's literally giving you the blueprint of what is coming down the pike, down to the government control. He broke all of this down in this, man, what is this? This is this is less than 2 minutes. A foolproof plan in less than 2 minutes.
In advance and going through simulations, that will help them make the decisions that are only in their hands.
Look at the little demon smile. Only in their hands. Like I said, I've lived my whole life. I don't expect nobody to believe shit I say. I mean, it wasn't until I seen what these people was really doing to me in the first place. Because man, my partner can't even call me without my phone clicking. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Yeah. Yeah, them hands. It's in their hands. Slick. Slickety, slick, slick. Oh, boy. So, let's check this out again.
And you can borrow those. You can also borrow these. But can you borrow this?
Okay. No, not this one. No, that ain't the one I want to show you. Oh, get that out of there. My bad. Let me get that out of there. No, there's this other one I need to show y'all. My bad. Please download that one. I might. Now, do y'all remember when I was playing y'all for some of y'all who was in my live that actually got weak, like they stopped the live stream. Judah Queen, my uterus belongs to me. I know that's right. Like I said, hold on to y'all uteruses tight, ladies. Because they on some other. They on some other. You dig? Nah, this one, I already thought I put it in there. I guess I did. Okay, so remember, this is one I showed you a while back. But I was like, y'all got to understand how they're going to start working this in. And remember when they talk about like climate and environmental safety and responsibility. That means get jabbed, get prepared to be controlled by the chip.
High tech.
Cash, checks, plastic, PayPal, there are already many ways to pay. And now, a group of students at Lund University in Sweden have come up with a biometric payment system. It works by having your palm scanned by the machine and entering the final 4 digits of your smartphone number. The idea is called Quickster and is the brainchild of Fredrik Liefland, an engineering student who wanted to make paying faster and more secure. I had the idea when I was queuing in a supermarket.
I'm sure that was the reason.
I realised that the most time-consuming part of the whole purchase was paying, and I thought then there must be a faster way to do this, and that was the start of Quickster. An infrared scanner recognises the unique vein structure in each person's hand to identify them. The technology in itself is not new. In Japan, it's been used for many years for access to medical records, and the system is now widely used to identify people. But Quickster claims it is the first company to use the technology in a payment system. It's really convenient, and you don't have to carry cash with you all the time.
Oh,
Here
wow,
on
man, it works
campus,
so
there are
much
hardly
better.
any
Yeah,
cash
it's so
points,
much better
so
for
it's
me,
great
man.
to be.
See how they talk about, oh man, it's so great. It's like the newest thing, man. You don't even have to carry cash anymore, man. See how they presented it as like, man, cutting edge of technology. I don't need to be personally myself the cutting edge of technology. I'll leave that for a device that I'm going to use. I don't need to, if you just put it on your hand and put it on in your skin there, Ooh-wee. Boy, TDJ's going to be coming out like, now you know the Lord, he wants you to get the jab, and he also wants you to get the chip. Get the chip, get the chip, get the chip. I told people back in the 90s, I was like, TDJ, in the early 2000s, I told people TD Jakes is going to come out and co-sign. This is when George Bush was still president. I said, TD Jakes going to come out and start co-signing gay marriage. He was like, what? No, he ain't going to do that. TD Jakes was placed, man. This dude came out from a little hole-in-the-wall studio from West Virginia. And then all of a sudden blew up out of nowhere. Black women stand up. Welcome. Yeah, so, you know, a lot of people didn't understand. That's a whole nother thing. Like, that whole church thing, man, that's about, I ain't doing no gospel record. It's me. Like, y'all, well, crooked didn't have these people in the regular industry. Like, nah, I just stick with secular music. Why would I even do that? Like, I would at least be able to be comfortable with myself doing the music I'm cool with, but you want to sit up here and want me to be singing gospel when you can live old any kind of way. And then on top of that, you made it very abundantly clear to me what your agenda was in the first place. No, bro, I can't do that. I mean, more power to you. So that's what this is? They just give you that look like, and you say, oh, so then this is what this is. They just look at you like, now everybody else be like, oh, it's conspiracy. Okay.
Able to pay with your palm. According to Leafland, the system is more secure than using fingerprints and avoids the problem of card cloning.
It's preventing fraud. Now, see, this is like, man, I think that video was like 2014. So they were just, starting to get you in the mind for the ideal of perhaps what they have just now presented. You know what I mean? Y'all remember TD Snakes laying hands on Tyler Perry? Oh, that's funny. Tyler Perry. He used to be David Talbert's AD. So before Tyler Perry was Tyler Perry, he was David Talbert's AD. So he came up under some real good tutelage. They did a play here called God Is Trying to Tell You Something years back. And it was like one of these nights where everything was freaking snowed in too. It was like, damn, it's the year I think I met my wife. So it was like 2007. 2000, yeah. Early. Yeah, it's like January, maybe December 2006, something like that. And the cold part about it was nobody was able to make the play because it was so snowy. Like Portland gets a lot of rain. We don't get a lot of snow. So when these it was sold out, but nobody was able to make it there. I had a 4x4, so I was like, screw it. I'm finna go on here to play. So when I got there, they was like, well, hey, everybody come on up to the front. You know what I mean? Since y'all here, come on up to the front. So as I go up to the front, they do the whole play. The cast is sitting at the foot of the stage. So we're talking to, who I now know is I mean, I knew his name then, but Lee Van. So the father from House of Pain, Lee Van, he was there. Play is like the star, Lee Van, like the dad or the uncle in it. And then Play is like, yo, you got to meet this dude. He's like, Tyler, come here. And he calls him over. He was like, this dude right here, this is Tyler Perry. This is going to be the next biggest thing. If you ever get a chance to work with this guy, work with him. So, I mean, he was kind of like picked to be the golden boy way back then. But, I mean, you know, I will say the people that fooled with Tyler Perry way back in them 90s, none of them hurting for chips. He made sure all of them was good. So, I mean, there's a lot. That's my Tyler Perry story. Because I was able to see in his early days before he was even on and see the people that was getting down with him. These are the people who are like, who he rocks with. But, you know, yeah, just a quick sidebar Tyler Perry story. And again, right here in Portland, I keep telling y'all, this is the most flukiest meeting space ever. I was talking to one of the older musicians I know, White Cat, and he said he was walking downtown one day, just in our city, and ran up on Tony Bennett. Tony Bennett ain't from Portland or Oregon at all, but just ended up running up on him just out of the blue. So this is one of them places where like random people have like property. So you may just run into somebody at a store and be like, no, that is. True story is India Irie, homegirl, I apologize for that night. She looked so normal in person, family, that me and my partner was like, who's the fake ass India Irie? Felt so damn stupid. He felt so damn stupid. Like, who's the fake ass India Irie walking by? Like, I mean, because, oh man, hilarious. So, you know, we got to do it too. Because I want to hit a little more of this. But before we do, I got to hit y'all off with this.
Once I take that step back, I look over my shoulder and Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side. You ain't got to lie, Craig. You ain't got to lie. And I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski. And there were
Today, Junior?
there were 3 people right there. That's what I... That's where I run.
Boy, if you don't get out of here. Get out of here, man. Shit, I'm saying. Hear the music.
I'm Marquis, baby. Marquis, baby.
Wait, the music's gone.
People right there.
Hold up.
People right there.
Hold up.
People right there.
Hold up.
People right there. People right there. People right there. Right there. Right there.
Hold up.
People right there. People right there.
Boy, if you don't get... Hold up.
People right
Oh, I had to. I had to. And do you know, Tim some more hit me up. What is this? Tim some more hit me up. And he told me that our resident rapper has now went viral. Well, I guess we were just over here doing our part now, weren't we? I mean, because I guess at the end of the day, you got to hold your chin up high because it's always about who has the laugh. Ha 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 ha.
I remember your laugh when I was at my worst. Let me tell you, piece of scum, I'm supported from above. Your man in my DMs while you're talking shit behind my back. All the shit you said made you look like a little bitch that had your opinion, bitch, fuck that. What do I think of you? How I love in your face, bitch, if you only knew. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Party till I die, with my chin up high. Fuck 'em all, fuck 'em back. Twerk like it's my last day on this earth. Let that dollar make her work. Shake that money maker in my face. It's a favor. Ooh, I love your misbehavior. Party till I die, with my chin up high. Fuck 'em all, fuck 'em back. Twerk like it's my last day on this earth. Let that dollar make her work. Shake that money maker in my face. Bring.
I love your misbehavior. Oh man, oh man, oh man. So, I think that might have brought about a clout chaser. And, it didn't dawn on me until, I had to put it all together. I'm like, what is this woman doing? So, again, family, I had this weird-ass interaction with this white woman. For all intents and purposes, I believe she's white. She was using the hashtag New Black Media. And I was confused. Well, wait a minute. So then I went and looked. Look at that. Look at that. So, needless to say, we have a imposter. You dig? So this is why I'm saying it like this. This is a man. Nah, it's actually a woman. So if you look on the right. Look on that picture on the right-hand side. Look at the hashtags. Throwback, free food, tacos, food, good night selfie, potatoes, explore more, foodie, New Black Media. Adoption USA, Viking style, trending. And then you look at the back or on the bottom. So she's showing how she's single. Viking style. So hey, for you black nerds. So, I had to ask her, and I hit her on her page respectfully. So I had to ask. I said, well, are you part of New Black Media? I mean, of course, I know the answer, but, I at least gave her the opportunity to answer, You know what I'm saying? So, okay, well, you know, are you part of this? Are you a supporter or anything? You know what? Her attitude got real stank. That's all I could say is her attitude ended up to be quite stank. So, with that being said, she was doing something that, well, you know, really is reminiscent of this. And so I guess she figured this was the space for clout. Lord, no, it ain't, ma'am. I'm sorry. It just is not. And how disrespectful. So let me get this up here. I'm gonna share this conversation. Shit, she want the clout, let me give it to her. Cause you know, y'all know me by now. I know when something's up. So, like what I just showed you, where does new black media fit into potatoes? You did? Like, just look at them hashtags, man. The hell that got to do with anything we talking about over here in new black media? And again, when you're using the hashtag new black media, you are looking to tap into the black audience. Nothing else. Nothing else. But she tried to make it seem like it's something else. Well, you know, man, you're kind of racist. No, 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 no. So let's just deal with the conversation at hand here, shall we? Let's get this on the screen. Oops, no. Let me get this on the screen for y'all. I gotta get that out of there. Let's see. Share screen. Okay. Because y'all gotta see this. And you already you will always know when somebody is trying to have a funky attitude, but they try to mask it. You know what I mean? So let me see. Let me get this big so y'all can see what this conversation was. So let me get over here. All right, let me add that to the stream. Okay, so now y'all can see my see my inbox too. I can't do nothing with that. So, all right, let me see if I can make that big enough. Go back out. Okay. Alrighty. So, come on now. I'll make it too big. I did. Hold on. Hold on, family. There we go. Let me do that. All right. Let's fix that window. Okay. So she asks, do I own the tag? Now, first off, I asked her, like I said, are you part of New Black Media? Because again, remember, she's. I showed you the tag, so you see what she's doing, right? Okay. Well, if we're not having any kind of questionable participation over here, then you know everything's been on up and up. So as you can see, do you own the tag? And I said, I am one of few who do. And we all know each other. Here's her response. Oh, really? I just got to use that. Hope you have no problem with that. Now, first off, if you just asked me if I own it, and I said I'm one of those who do, you didn't ask me if you could use it. You told me you have to use it. For what? What does this audience have to do with you? Right? Hope you have no problem. Well, that's how her tone started. And here's my response. I guess for me is, why do you want to use that? It's actually a group of people, but you don't follow any of us. So to just pop up using such a clear hashtag that also actually has one of our pictures in it, which it has a screenshot of one of Jason Black's broadcasts in it. So the Black Authority page is, so you know what crew you are fooling with when you are dealing with this hashtag. No mistake. Like I said, it actually has one of our pictures in it. It just looks odd, and we have a very clear message. B1 is the code, correct? So this is what I'm saying. So how did you come to use it? Now, okay, my first question was, are you part of Black media? So did you already notice how the first question got sidestepped? So if I needed to know if she was a Needhamite or not, well, she's already proven this to me. Because here's the second direct question. Let's see what the response to this second direct question is. And I explained why I gave an explanation and set up such a simple direct question. For a person who has no ill intent, this right here is the time to show your humility. Let's see the response. It just came up to me and I used it. So is she saying that Instagram is promoting the hashtag of New Black Media? Am I to believe that the most shadow banned, fooled with group in social media is somehow trending to where it just came up and I had to use it? I just showed you the realm of hashtags that she was using. There's nothing. Where does New Black Media come in potatoes, Viking Life, and Adoption USA? Right, so. Yeah, but that's the heart of good intent speaking. So yeah, you would. That's what separates this individual from a person like you. Didn't even dawn on her to say, my bad, I'll stop. She is still waiting for me to tell her to stop, which realistically was never something she had any interest in doing from the get-go. Family, remember my video of walking down the purse lady? This is some purse lady shit. Okay? It's just in a form. So what this conversation was about, mind you, I hit her up on her post. This is my DMs. You seeing the slick movement here? I don't give a crap about sexual access to white women. So first off, you're dead in the water there. That's part of it. So now I'm saying, okay, well, this broad in nature. Because what are you trying to convey to the black media space? To say black media means you are wanting black eyes to see you, right? You would have to be a fool to think that it means something else. New black media. Who else are you? What the hell does new black media got to do with Vikings and potatoes? Like it didn't just happen then. Single. You people the game, family? This is, okay, see, we have a small crew. As you can see my royal court right here to the left. And then, of course, my sister right there. So what you do see, there's infiltrators that try to seep in and everywhere. And even in this environment, we have had our own experiences with such. One of the things that my sister said, I always was concerned about her because I just felt that she wanted to get to our kings. Boy, that sticks in my mind when I see this right here. Boy, does that stick in my mind. Because what is your intention for black people to see? Okay, can y'all hear me now? Can y'all hear me now? Family. Okay, as you see, I'm scrolling through. I'm on a whole different screen than my studio. Ain't no way I could have just muted my mic. Ain't no way I could have just muted my mic. You see me scrolling through the message. Am I back? Are we good? Dominique Devereaux. I'm telling you, man, there's probably like 1 million people that's watching this broadcast. They ain't never gonna show me in 1 million years. That's why they so. But I guess what I do is I always trigger off the algorithm. So they always tell me we can't monetize this or the money that's going to this. Oh, they just recently told me too. Oh yeah, we actually can't monetize your channel, but we're gonna start running ads on your videos. No lie, family. No lie, family. They sent me an email telling me that. Yeah, we're going to start putting commercials. So if, people hit you up and say you got commercials on your videos. Family, I ain't seeing a dime of any ad revenue off no video. If you see, no. Because, I'm ineligible because of the numbers that they are showing me at. but I'm viable enough for them to add their commercials to my shit. Whew. All right, let's get back to old Becky here. Good grief. Family, if they do that to me again, let me know, because I'm in another screen. So, family, let me know. Well, this man with under 500 subscribers, boy, he sure garners a hell of a lot of attention for somebody who's supposedly irrelevant. Sorry if I break any rules. Now, why wasn't that response just saying, you know what? Because again, I already identified it's many people. And let's keep it a buck. If you go to Instagram and type in hashtag New Black Media, you will see everything from myself, Jason Black, Queen Amadai Shakur, Tariq Nasheed. Shoot, you see some Yurima Karima. You'll see Reza Islam. You'll see Professor Black Truth. You'll see Jason Black. You'll see Michi X. So let's keep it an absolute 1,000 over here. These people know who the hell people are. Gavin, Nicole, please. You play with it. And then, of course, they always got Sister Dillard. You know, everybody's in their sights, man. All of us are targets. Why? It's because with so many people in the space, Sister Goddess, shout out to you. Everybody out in this space, like, again, you got to recognize what we, and this is my mind. This is how my mind works. I look at this as I don't have to be the only thing, because for us to build a true network, we need so many people. So all of these different people, right now, you may not be in the mood to watch me right now, but somebody else might be on. You might want to wake up to me, so you just watch my replay in the morning. Or you may wake up in the middle of the night, go turn me on. I mean, I see my replay action. I ain't tripping. So if you know, that is what is needed in this space, is how I see it. And this little clout chasing demon right here, whoever sent her, she knew exactly who was talking to her. She knew exactly who she was talking to. Does this look like a person to whom she was ignorant of? Let me know. She thought she was talking to a dude she was unclear existed. So what I said, our hashtag just came up. What do you mean? I just thought about it, and that's all. This is why I'm so glad you just gave me all of this, because I could just walk down just the bullshit. I'll just go down this. All I gotta do is just literally scroll down. Oh my Lord. Now, don't you hear arrogance? Now, does this question right here make sense? Please, should I take it out? This, she knew she was caught. This is where she knew she was caught. Because the please, should I take it out? This is a attempt to shift the conversation. Man, she's went to a real shabby psychologist school. She wasn't in no place like Berkeley, because this was horrible. Oh, man. So obviously this girl has attempted to try to be a psychology major at one point in time, but she overshot herself here. So what she does here is, please, should I take it out? So what she now wants me to do is, now I've already controlled the narrative of the conversation. And she's now realizing that I've already done that. So she's trying to see if I'll bite on being egotistical or i.e. misogynistic. So she's seeing if I'm biting on that. Like, yeah, that's right, damn right, bitch, take it out. You know what I mean? Like, nah, this is where that was going. That's what all of that's about. Then again, if there's an angle that I might want to step out on my wife, I have another avenue still right here because she left it there in the limbo land. Deep game. She's using like prostitute tactics. Thanks to me, my brother was a pimp. Anyway, well, first, New Black Media has been moving strong for at least 2 years. But you thought about it. You see my thinking emoji? Yes. Please take our tag off. 100. Now, my other question is, what are you trying to convey to black people when using it? Now, family, logic will tell you, I'm telling you, I'm representing New Black Media. What audience am I trying to connect with? Chinese people? Arabs people? Mexicans peoples? Maybe the Fijians or the penguins down there in Antarctica. I would generally think the name, when using the word black, considering how everybody else hates it, would say, well, maybe he's particularly looking for black people to view this. Dominique Devereaux. She got that community college psych degree, babe. Now, watch this move right here. See, okay, peep it. She ran out of gas. So I want you to see something here. So right there, please, should I take it out? I told you how she was setting me up with that, right? So after that, what are you trying to convey to black people while using it? Here's her response. If you saw my picture, you would know that I wore black and I was trying to highlight my color. You seem like a racist. This is what the flounder looks like when the con. This is when a person is starting to recognize that their con is absolutely unraveled. Okay, so this is what when the needle goes start rolling down the E, it's already in the red. That causes the car is on fumes right now, baby. Woo-wee. So she had to throw out the racist card. I said, nah, the group is the group is a black group, not racist. And I reiterate, black media is very specific. So now with the racist card makes you look extremely suspicious. Can y'all agree with me that it looks extremely suspicious? Watch this. I have no issue with you, man. I just used a harmless tag. If you don't like it, deal with it. I'm not taking it off. Man, see how the energy switched up? Or did it ever actually switch up? I'm assuming that what she was doing was meant for someone else to catch. But, I mean, you think that I'm not going to stay up on this hashtag? Come on, man. Come on, man. Oh, no, I'm an ass. And then I knew, well, see, right off the rip, you're going to hit me back in the inbox? That's your response? You could have hit me in front of everybody. No harm, no foul. But you had an agenda. I just wanted to make sure what you were here for. I'm not taking it off. So, sisters, I'm going to get to the picture of what she actually tagged. I mean, I showed you what it was. It's in the other picture. That's what she wants to be seen going out to new black media. Hey, you strong black men, look at me. Listen to this line here. Oh, so I ain't taking it off. Okay. What she say next? If you wish for me to take it off, sir, pay me. If it's so highly respected. Family, my hair is jet black. I have never, ever thought of, well, it's black, jet black and gray now, but it's jet black. And I've never thought of saying, I'm going to hashtag black media because the color of my hair. I mean, she already tried that bullshit, but let's go on. Because now she's just like, oh, so my white woman magic isn't working here? Ah! Okay, so let's go in. And no, for your information, I would continue using it. Well, yeah, bitch, I knew you wasn't going to quit in the first place. That's why I'm sitting up here talking to your stupid ass like this. Idiot. Look at my response. Look at my response. And she really thought she did something. Look at my response. 2 laughing ass emojis. Welp. By the way, that's called extortion. Watch the devil's pivot. Now, you already just read what she did, but I guess, some things just can't be helped. So, yeah, I'm actually not in a conversation. This is actually a tight back and forth conversation, but I'm going to still say I didn't do what I just did. It's only called extortion when I came direct, says the person typing in my DM that said, sir, pay me. I'm trying to, man, maybe I'm slow, man. Damn. I mean, I know I didn't go to college, but I don't think I'm that slow. Let's go on further because the card gets deeper. It's only called extortion when I came direct. I don't know if this person is actually a college student. You came direct, but then you're just admitting what she just did. She's so flustered she can't even figure it out. Jesus. And you actually need my help here to protect your racist life, so pay me. She said her diploma came from Walmart M-Soul. Oh, Lord. Or let me be, please. I'm too busy finding my life. Put together. I don't look for trouble. I only trust in God. You see she's flustered. Now you see all of these spaces without a response. I said, you're not black, but but feel you're disrespected for false flagging as black. Clearly, you are trouble because you should have taken the humble route. So guess that shows the God you serve. So it's digitally blackfishing then? 70. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like this is digital blackfishing, absolutely. I'm not flagging. I have no issues with blacks. And matter of fact, I deals around black, and I have history of black-ish in me. I guess that could kind of be taken a few different ways. Ain't that a term for the they have a term called blacked? When you've been blacked. She's been blacked. Meaning she was over there messing with Mandingo. I've had some blackish in me. Is that the last ditch effort of whore talk here? Am I catching that? I mean, that to me just sounds like absolute whore talk. Like, okay, so okay, I see where you at now. You just like to treat a bitch like trash. Well, come use me. I'll be her. Thank you, SM Soul. Whoredom. I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, and that's why I said a lot of these dudes out here like, man, I spent all this money on this. She ain't acting right. You game goofy fool. All this is going on in my DM while y'all be sun parts thirsting these females. Jesus. Blackish in me. So that was the one of the ones be like, what kind of black have you had in you? You want some more? See, we could bring this piece together, and bring the piece together. The black and white need to be together like ebony and ivory, baby. Because we know plenty of suckers who would have jumped at that shit because she started talking like that. Like, oh, shit, let me see what that mouth do. No. Still an agent, genius. Shit, she'll lick your life. She's still a fed. See, mister, with all due respect, sir, right after the blackish in me, thank God I'm a musician. I'm not taking that tag off, and I will continue using it. If you and your people don't like it or want to change it or pay me to stop using it. You see where she keep going to the pay me, but right after she uses the blackish, payment doesn't necessarily mean money. Jesus. I told you it's not just about me, but clearly you want clout. So cool, get your shine on. Thank you, sir. Let's just go on here and show you what she's doing. Okay. Oh, by the way, she's also used Black Girl Magic. So, this, look here. She wants black men to know that she's single. You know, she's single. She's about that Viking life. So if you're a LARPer, you know, come over here and get this, nigga nerd. Come over here and fool. You see where she at? She got her little Indian tattoo over here so she could be kind of ethnic when you need her to. Yeah. What is she promoting? What is she promoting? And look how big that single is. Love. FFF. Likes for likes. Follow back. So it's all clout. All clout. And none of them hashtags make a lick of sense. And here's the other one. That's right. Look at me. Y'all pay attention to me. No, not on my screen. So that's what we're looking at, family. What of black media does she have? Well, she ain't no Native American at all. No, she's just white. She's just white. Oh, even look. No, look though. She's showing you her flavor, neighbor. She wants to be blacked. Here's my waistband. Look at that Black Girl Magic hashtag right there. So she's selling beads as well. Oh, yeah, I can. I know that's right. Africa. Black Girl Magic. Man, she hella black girl, huh? Damn, man, she look hella black right here, huh? One thing I will say, I mean, for those of y'all who eat birria, that taco back there does look good. But yeah, this is her. She's like one of them weirdo bohemian broads, you know. So I kind of wonder, like, okay, well, who sent your ass? You know what I mean? Absolute fraud. Yes, indeed, Judah Queen. A fraud. Like somebody sent you over here to this space, and clearly, you didn't do your homework. And clearly, I have seen some of the people to whom them people done sent my way. Oh, they know what I like. Trust me. They know exactly what I like. So I know when I see something like this, oh, this must have not been meant for me. Because I caught it and I was like, oh, okay, let me get your ass out the paint real quick. Gotta say, I've been there, done that. And, it's like when you know something ain't right, it's like, you know what? I mean, not to say I'm one of them people to look a gift horse in the mouth, but I've been around this for over about 30 years. I just know to be careful. So when I see certain things, it's like, what you want around here? What you want to be around here for? Because, when most dudes be like, oh, man, yeah, ooh, shit, ooh. What you want to be here for? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. If it's worth it enough for them people to send agents and shit at you, what am I sitting up here thirsty for? I mean, really. I'm here literally followed over black empowerment. My calls are heard because of black empowerment. Everything I've had to go through is because of black empowerment. My dedication to this thing is real. And I mean, I ain't the only one. But just seeing stuff like that, the family understand. As they recognize this space gets bigger and we'll have more content creators, more B1 content creators, they're going to start sending shit like that at brothers, man. And you sisters too, be mindful. You know, they're going to send in Enrique. Enrique Torres going to be over there, coming over there looking like the light-skinned savior with curly hair on the job. You know, you're so pretty. So beautiful. I don't know how your baby daddy could have left you such a beautiful rose. Well, you know, yeah, they got you. Got you. They get you all off. So tell me about your friends. I mean, you know, we're going to be together. I need to know, you know, we got to be one. Pillow talk. Who's buying them African beads? Judah Queen. Really, though? Let's keep it a buck. A black dude is going to turn around and say, why don't you put this on, baby? She know exactly the type of dude she catering to. And whoever sent her know exactly that type of dude. You know, like I said, she know what... She's in a lane for someone, and someone would have easily a bit on that little routine that she did. But fellas, I want you to game yourself up and understand, in this space, there's not many ways to attack it. So they have to go after the senses. You dig? And what's the man's primary weakness? So, I mean, you know, trust me, man, when you see stuff like that, let's not be so quick on the draw. I'll put it to you like that. You better vet that chick. I mean, and if you've been around anything around relatively around the streets, you should know better than that anyway. You understand me? Whether you in some, you know, you active or you not. At the end of the day, there is ways to move and ways not to. You know, you run up on somebody and end up getting robbed because you're just dealing with a janky, trifling ass person. You know what I mean? They're just like, oh, I've seen him on the internet. He look like he got some money. Set your ass up and go over there, line you on right on up and get you robbed. Oh, man, I'm finna go knock it out, man. Oh, man, she sent me them news. Yeah, that's about as good as you going, close as you going to come to that. And she up there, ooh, give me, oh, I'm finna go get it. Give it up, no. Oh. You come over there with loving on your mind, them cats had robbing on their heart. So you're not just finna hop in my inbox with that weak shit. Like, I mean, that ain't nothing, again, for me. Like, yeah, whatever. Again, when you see something like that, though, family, just know. Okay, let's walk it down. What if I bit on that? Right? Now, she has a whole thread that she can say, look, your pro-black dude over here off of my DMs like this. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Y'all better pay attention. Because, again, like I said, when you have a space like this, they have to figure out ways to attack it because there ain't just one person to attack. So that was a worm. Throw them minnows back and let, you know what I'm saying? You know, bait fish. That's what that is. That's bait fish. I've had some blackish in me. Mr. and Sir, then you're going to have to pay me. So, let's be mindful, family, that we have made such a mark. And in the world right now, and especially in these last 2 years, that it is now an unmistakable entity. And now that things are moving and progressing into micro nationhood, things are about to ramp up. And things are already ramping up, and we're already seeing it. I guess the space that we have created right now, it makes it very hard for infiltration. So right now, with foundational Black American being closed, all you can do is try to get reaching. Hey, anybody in there? Can you guys hear me? Hey, anybody? I mean, can I get anybody to open the door? Hell no. Hell no, you cannot. Lord. So, yeah, I wanted to share that conversation with y'all because I thought that y'all would definitely enjoy that. And it also just break it down the fact that we have people now. I've already done a broadcast about the grassroots COINTELPRO tactics. We seen a whole group that was obviously placed and planted. Family, either we know you or we don't. And you not finna just pop up like, I'm out of LA. Shout out to Nipsey. I can't stand these clowns. I mean, I really can't. And I understand people don't be knowing what's what. And it's not like, well, I don't know what people be expecting. Like, girl, I'm finna sit up here and tell you every connection to the what this and that and this and that and the other on YouTube. Boy, some of y'all used to super dumb dumbs. I don't know what the hell wrong was, but hey, what you doing, man? Why ain't you talking about what you doing on YouTube? Why ain't you on Twitter saying what you doing? Where's the Instagram video, man? Show me. Rat. I mean, this is amazing. This is so, man, why didn't you show me what you're doing? And then when we doing something, the first thing out of person's mouth, oh, man, we don't really know each other yet. Man, we shouldn't be worried about trying to get together on such a big organizational tip like that right now, man. We first need to get rid of Master's name. Well, first off, bitch, I don't call him Master. He the master of evil. He the harbinger of death. So it seems to me like you're still stuck. We not. Keep your cowardice to yourself, please. Jeez. People are weirdos, man. And at the end of the day, these are the people to whom I speak of. When I say let it fall, people just like that. Because as soon as you heard somebody was doing, and this is why you're hearing it a year later. Because how many people can that person be around to when, hey man, this is an idea. Boy, your idea is going to get shot down and smothered if you don't get away from that asshole. Because that type of individual is a dream killer. And right now, we ain't working in no dream. We working in reality. So the fact of the matter is to say what we can't do, it's already in motion, pimp. Fact of the matter is we knew we couldn't implement you in it because you were sucker-ass coward. So understanding that the strong need to make sure we have something, we can't actually allow you weak-minded individuals to be in the mix yet. That's why you're left out, because you are weak. And you know, the first time you hear something, how you prove it? Man, people still praising white Jesus. Man, we need to start following the ancestors. Hold on, you hoe ass nigga. Let me tell you something right here. We all right here breathing, living in front of you. What you talking about the ancestors for? That's fine and dandy. But you got a whole group of people in front of your face, ready to move. And you telling us to wait for the ancestors. Kick rocks. Kick rocks, coward. Faith without works is dead. Get your hoe ass on. Sit up there, quote Bible verses all you want to, sitting up there looking at nothing. No. You better go back to that Old Testament if you really want to keep it biblical. Guess what? Joshua fit the battle of Jericho. That's a song we sang growing up. He didn't pray the battle of Jericho. He fought it. And guess what? Lord say, fight it my way. Don't go with your own plan. And I'll tell you what. Walk around this joint, make noise and scream 7 times. And by that, I'll have them so terrified, I'm going to just send you on in there and go clean them up. See, people forget about that part. The walls did come tumbling down, but guess what also happened? Oh, they went through there and slaughtered them bastards. They don't teach that in church. But y'all better get back. If you want to see some real gruesome battles, better take your ass to that Old Testament. Get out that white man doesn't give us this. No, the white man gave you him. White man ain't gave you no religion. Only religion that the white man gave you was kissing his ass. What religion supersedes what a white man standing in your face gonna do? I can prove it right there. That's the proof in the pudding right there. Tell me about no Jesus when you ain't gonna slap your boss. God. We put this back into so much dumb shit, it's ridiculous. And I'm telling you, man, I am compassionate for y'all and for all of us, because I understand, man, we have had our ass whooped for 400 years, man. That is half, a little less than half of a aeon, man. Ain't nothing cool about getting your ass whooped for over a quarter of a millennium. You know what I'm saying? A quarter and a half of a millennium with a foot straight up your ass, man. A group of people ain't gonna be okay. So at this point in time, we still figuring out, yeah, we messed up. We all effed up. But at the end of the day, we are seeing something different right now. And we still found our way to get back together. Kiss our ass. Because and you know one thing that they always want to tell us is about division. We're hearing about division now because we're talking about our unity. So we can be broken and our family sold here and our children sold there. But because now we want to be together and repair those years of damage that these people's ancestors have inflicted upon us, and then that they have continued to perpetuate through this day. They will wake up tomorrow looking to do the same thing. That I have no doubt. So, religion just being a form of control. We are not a religion. We are not an organization. We are a micronation. If you are of your own, this is the whole point. You ain't got to come be up under me. You feel that you want to be a part and you want to have your own tribal situation in your home, on your land. You can do so and say, hey, I am part of the United Empires of Alkebulan. Because this Black First unit over here is growing. And see, all we're looking at is just saying we have not had the opportunity to be ourselves, for ourselves, in almost 500 damn years. because 100 years of that 400, before the 400, we was fighting these bastards and also getting our stuff destroyed from within while they were busy infiltrating us then. You feel me? So these are the things we have to all take in consideration in our repair, because we are in a state of repair, hence the need for reparations, and all the more reason on why we should get it. And now we see what these people sitting up here making, basically prepping Kyle Rittenhouse to be some kind of great white hope. A bunch of old white men putting all of their stock into Kyle Rittenhouse. That tells me that's a forfeit. If you didn't know. I mean, this was the best you could do? This is your best. That they have to, he can speak so well, and it wasn't sure. And, Kyle Rittenhouse is your answer for the face, the future face of superiority. Hashtag never forget January 6th. And within a year's time, you have put the nail in your own coffin by co-signing this demonic, depraved, overtly, obviously racist kid, Kyle Rittenhouse, who is not a hero. He killed a Jew who had pedophile charges, I guess, from what I hear. He had sex abuse charges or whatever. So, again, I just can't help but notice how the ADL and those little people that blocked, those little hat people that blocked me, they had so much to say and so much smoke for Nick Cannon. I asked him a question. They just block. Telling you, boy, these people know who people is. Don't you think for a second they don't. Oh, no, they know who I am. They know exactly who I am. Know Yahudi, know Yahudis. I was like, all right, I just got a question. I just got a question. About your origins. Blah. I couldn't get a response. Now, I mean, I asked the question as soft as could be. But yeah, they knew. They are well acquainted with me. And like I told you, like there's a few of these so-called religious groups that like they cannot talk to me in public. They are ordered not to talk to me in public. And the little hat people don't really want to have much of a conversation with me in front of people either. Told you the kingdom of kingdom of God is at hand. I say, if it told you long ago, but you still don't understand, the kingdom of God is at hand. Y'all better take a good, strong look in that mirror, family. Take your face out the sky, put that face in that mirror. Now, what has the Creator, the Most High, placed in you? That is where you need to start looking for your answer. I mean, we can't honestly believe we have souls and spirits and they came from nowhere. If you really believe that, you got to know it has a source. Everything got a source. It got a beginning and an end. So, I ain't trying to preach to you. What I'm telling you is look to you. Whatever you see in that mirror, that's placed in you. Look past this. Tap into that. What's been placed there? Have you been using it? Have you been ignoring it? Have you been fighting it? All you can do is be you. And you can only be the best you when you're willing to be all of you. That ain't always easy, I can say that. But, just on some real side of the game, my tidbit of encouragement for the evening. And also, before I forget, also I want y'all, I got to do an early broadcast Friday. So the weekly wrap up will actually be in the afternoon. Because my wife reminded me, because I don't do no like Christmas and all of this. So I'll okay, we could do this on this date. Oh, it's a holiday. Oh, right. So everything's closing early. But oh well, it's like, well, that's this. So everything's son of a, but hey, man. So we have to go early on. Gotta go early. Gotta go early on Friday. I'm thinking right now. I'm thinking about noon. Pacific Standard Time. It might be 1:00, but I'm shooting for noon. I'm shooting for noon because we still. I want to still do at least a decent timed show. So I want to make sure that I got the time. So I think we'll probably start around noon. West Coast time. So for East Coast family, that is 3 p.m. That is 3 p.m. So if y'all can't be active in the chat, y'all be at work. You can put your earpiece in, listen in, and we gonna make it work. I prefer going later because I know the audience to this broadcast seems to work late. I've even had to play some of my replays in the middle of the night. Y'all was up at like 3 in the morning. I'm like, my goodness. So, man, shout out to the night owls. I appreciate y'all who watch the replays and when no one is up. Yes, Deneen Soul, absolutely, absolutely. Love, patience, and rage when tested. M Soul, I am a Gemini. That is the one of my other nicknames is Jimmy Dragon. Literally. I actually got a song named Jimmy Dragon. GEMIDRAGON. I might have to play a little bit. I might play the background track on one of these shows. You never know. I'll give y'all a little bit of that. Oh, update. So, as I found out, so I told you my bandmate, I played that. They had the girls that were playing basketball up in Longview, Washington, at the Class Canine high school or middle school. I think they were using the middle school gym, I think. But couldn't find out. Talked to my other bandmate, my partner, and come to find out, his son was also there. Because his son plays on the boys team, right? So at this game to where they were calling our young sisters monkeys and NBs and all of that madness. My partner, he said, and I understand. He's like, man, it's messed up. He's like, but I can see the comedy in it, but it's messed up. And this dude, it's Capricorn season. Yes, it is. Yeah, been there, done that. Yeah. Get me talking myself no trouble. Yeah. Oh, so I guess that these girls, our little young sisters, see, I was under the impression that our young girls went up there and was putting the smash down on the young Becky's in training. Well, as my partner told me, that was not the report from my nephew. So as I reported, you were hearing about how they were calling, the white players were calling the black girls out their names and NBs and all of this. Well, the one thing that we did not have was the scenario of how that was playing out. Oh, Lord. I almost hate to say this because the comedy in it, y'all gonna see the comedy. It's just whack that happened now. I'm gonna preface that. But I ain't gonna be mad if y'all laugh. So the scenario is y'all grow up on the basketball court, right? We are from the hood, right? So we know people talk trash on the basketball court. So, how many times have you seen somebody on the basketball court yeah, in your face, white boy? Them white girls up there had our little babies down by 30 points. So they talking shit while draining threes on these girls. Take that, nigga. Take that bitch. Yeah. That's the scenario that was going on. So unfortunately, our young sisters was just getting smashed. They were down 30 points. And I guess, things got a little physical. And then the taunting just kind of turned up to the point to where they just had to shut everything down. So, from my understanding, now, of course, the racism thing, that ain't cool. But the situation sounds a little more, shall we say, evened out than first reported. However, still not cool, and that needs to be dealt with absolutely. Because, you don't want to be crossing the line. Here's another thing. We also found out that this has happened before. So this was kind of like a routine thing. Now, I don't know why nobody ever said nothing. Here's the kicker. Now, mind you, these are private schools. Right, Quinny dear. That is right. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. That is absolutely wrong. And so that needs to be dealt with. But yeah, these and I saw some of the footage too. Our girls were a little in their feelings. So they were getting a little physical, unnecessarily. So it was an extremely chippy situation. So they told the kids if they, because I guess there was a lot of kids filming. So they said if that pops up online, then they'll be expelled. So this is what happens. We're just going to handle it in house, and So what they didn't want is they didn't want a media thing, of course. Pensy Lola, y'all bless. Welcome, welcome. So they didn't want, people, us making a big deal out of it. But even still, you have my bandmate's child there. You know that much. So I guess they figured everybody else like, yeah, well, we'll let her go on. So can't stop that. And they ain't threatening shit over there. So, it is what it is. Players, not in this town. Sugar Jones, welcome, welcome, welcome. You said your son is a quadruple Gemini. Lord. Yeah, that's funny too. I'm the only Gemini. I got a lot of cousins, but as far as like both of my kids, neither one of my children Gemini. I got a Leo and a Scorpio. And they both very much them. Yeah, and very much me, I guess, in the individuality thinking part of the game. I've always taught my children to be thinkers. Always use your mind. You know what I mean? That's right, Judah Queen. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Never heard of a quadruple Gemini before. Good Lord. Yes. Oh, your young king is a Leo. Good, good. Yes, indeed. Your father's Leo. That's good. Leos, what they say, Leos is loyal. I could say that. I could see that. And also, very, independently driven. Love Cappy's always listening and can spot a liar 50 miles away. You know what my biggest problem with Capricorns is? Is like most people be like, oh, well, maybe they can see right through me, be like, damn, you don't give a shit about nothing. Like, no, that ain't true. Like, that ain't true. The difference is I'm not going to be easily moved like other people like that. It's not like I don't care and I'm unmoved. No. But is it going to move me to do something different off of my position? No. Hell, I was raised to be a leader. What would I be doing that? Shit. Want me to die for you? You better get up under some leadership. And that ain't saying like, I'll do what I say, I'm out my feet. Nah, but shit. I don't need difficulties if I'm laying my life down on the road. Like I told y'all before, sisters, when men choose women, they choosing a mate that says, this one here, I don't mind if I die giving my shit to. And if I have to die giving my shit to her, I would die defending her. So, you know what I'm saying? Gemini, you're moody. Yeah, I can't say she ain't never said that about me, but she's probably saying, boy, you don't know the half. Shoot, I've had female friends that I grew up with ask my wife, I don't know how you can stand him. Literally, that's no joke. That is no joke. Look my wife right in her face and say, I do not know how you can stand him. This is one of my close friends too. So these women know how I rock. Like, we've been friends since childhood. I have my ways. And one thing that y'all all know about me is I'm loyal to the core. And with that loyalty comes a no-nonsense type of individual. So I'm extremely no-nonsense. You bring nonsense to me, I will remind you of how much no nonsense I am. You know what I'm saying? Loyalty, 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 man. If you can't be loyal, you ain't living. I mean, shit. I was raised like, it's important for if you really truly care about your people, then let your folks number one know that you care and care about their well being, and the other on top of that, truth be told, it's gonna show. It's gonna show what you do. It's gonna show what you say. I mean, there's women in my women in my chat. Some of my moderators, my women moderators. If I see on Twitter somebody stepping out of line, matter of fact, over Queen Adia, I blocked somebody from commenting at all. They still on my page on Instagram, but I had to block them from commenting at all because he said something that I didn't. Well, number one, that you not finna say to her. So, regardless of whatever, we're not finna do that. Because even if he don't know, that ain't my fault of his ignorance. You did? I'm just gonna correct that shit. You know what I mean? You said a lot of Capricorns are introverts. Not with Geminis. Not with Geminis. But yes, I can see that. I can see that with other people, but no, not with Gemini. Because typically a Capricorn is not going to be assertive. But when it comes to a Gemini, something about that just make it switch. You go get it then. You got what I want. You know what I'm saying? Oh, absolutely, Queen Adia. You already know. You and Judah Queen, I've seen people do some stupid things and say some stupid mess. And, I had to correct something. I mean, I got into it with one brother over something he said crazy to Judah Queen once. And, he lost it. I had to kind of check him because, look, I've been around the block a little bit, so I'm kind of familiar with certain things, brother. And what you're doing right now is indicative of an emotional issue coupled with that narcotic. And he confessed. So it's like, I get it. People go through shit. But please, 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 especially with all that dirty dope going around, lay off that goddamn powder. Please. You said, Miss Fitz, 1989, so I'm very assertive. No, Capricorn, you get your eyes set on, like, this is what I want. Oh, yeah, y'all. It's just, y'all will not be missed. That's for certain. Yes, indeed. Ooh, Lord, let me get on out off of this. You gotta get me talking in some trouble. So, we are going to be going early on Friday, family. And, we're going, this will be the second official year of Merry Blackmas. So, we will have the Blackmas Eve episode on Friday. So, Friday, probably around noon, be looking out for the notifications because, like I say, we do blackness around here. So last year, it just came to my mind for something different. And it's because, Merry Christmas, Merry Blackmas. we don't get down with the whole pagan thing, but man, y'all gotta at least like I told y'all for Thanksgiving, you got time, spend with your family, do that, take advantage of it, take the time together. Um, you know, damn that lie they selling. Hopefully you didn't spend no money on no damn Christmas tree. And you know, if you bought gifts, cool. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy each other. Don't make it about something outside of yourselves, because it's not. So everybody off of work, everybody got time to be together, everybody in town. And ain't got that ish off up in you. Make them eat their food on the back porch. I'm just playing. I'm just playing, family. But yeah, you know, the Cipher says no tree. Man, Mary Blackmas. Absolutely. Absolutely. You said my Gemini was not a communicator? I want to show this coldness. All right, that's interesting. There could be different reasons behind that. Because typically, as for me, I could speak for myself. One of the first things I prefer to do is to be heard first, because it makes everything that much easier when everything is understood right off the rip. Now, there will be some people that be like, okay, well, that approach didn't work for me. And they may have had a bad situation that had them quit. I don't really see a Gemini doing that. So there might have been something else going on with that individual. Because that just seems like a little deeper issue. It's almost like, I almost sound like self-rejection. Like a person didn't feel that they were good enough for something to themselves. So that might have been a more internal thing than a you. You feel me? I mean, I'm just saying that just based off of what you said. That's just how I type of things that go to my mind. You dig? Drop it off at the door. He said she's gonna drop it off. She's gonna drop the plate off at the door. Ding dong, here's your food. Merry Christmas. I ain't mad at that. Oh, don't get along with male leaders. Narcissistic. Ooh wee. Is that what Derek Jackson is? Derek Jackson a Libra? Because Derek Jackson, I mean, that was so funny. That dude actually talks about himself in third person. You said you did physical. Okay, good. I mean, like I said, fortunately and unfortunately, all the different experiences I've had does afford me to understand certain things, especially about people. And I play with, like, as a little kid, I play with these choirs. I was telling my wife, like, I play with these choirs as a little kid. So I typically was traveling with like 30 or 40 women all the time. So on an average, I was surrounded. So like when I said, like, ain't no woman looking for anything in her purse, it's going to be top around the stuff. Like, you're going to be elbow in that joint. Like, there's just certain things you learn. Be around that many women that often. Like, you just, there's just certain things you're going to be keen to. My Gemini did that. So did that dear selves like, huh? I don't really understand that question, Pizziola. Are you saying like they really were into themselves, or did they not see themselves in a positive light? Can be sexual attention getters. Male can be narcissistic, materialistic to the core, and if they're low, even so. He's done passed on now. Really? Pensiola? Pensiola, I'm sorry. Wow. So he would write to himself? Yeah. Okay. So he was going as a Gemini. He was going through the process of self-affirmation. Yeah, something else was going on, sis. Something else was going on, sis. So I mean, don't take that too hard on yourself. Something else was going on there. Yeah, something else was going on. Oh, he's 3P. Okay. All right. Okay. All righty. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. So yeah. So you kind of got caught up in. So I mean, I think that's partly Gemini and partly that other thing. And then I have family members that have been in the same scenario, so it's a cold combination. And then you can, if there's trauma somewhere along in with a like family hereditary dynamics, that definitely changes a ton. Damn, and I'm telling you, family, I did not go to no college, man. And like I say, sometimes I wish I knew this shit, and sometimes I didn't because I've heard so much. But I guess just being I'm a compassionate person, so I've heard so much, and I guess that's allowed me to assist. You know what I mean? But by no means am I licensed anything, other than just by the heart. But with that being said, family, I just want to make sure that you felt what we were putting down tonight. I appreciate everybody hanging in there with me. And of course, before we go, ain't nobody reminded me. This ain't Friday though, so we're not playing. We're not playing the Chris Scholler joint. But because we are now officially into the week of Christmas break in Washington D.C. That means that the good sister Simone Sanders' time is officially at an end, because now she'll just be on vacation for these next 2 weeks until the actual moment runs out to where she is no longer the patsy for the White House. So with that being said, we are going to give Simone Sanders the two-step shout out. And a shout out to Kim Instrumentals for providing the underdrop, the drop for this tune. And, this great B1 hymnal of the grassroots, the new black media, that hymn 21. Look at the coon. So shout out to Simone Sanders, man, making sure that she keep old Zaddy Jim Crow Biden protected. Oh, and you see Rolly he's over here like, man, he licking his chops like, woo, Ooh, I got a job coming in the White House, baby. Man, please, I ain't looking for you either, Negro. What they need with a Roland Martin? Who he connecting with? Yeah, ain't nobody gonna go for this whole stuck on stupid line no more. You know? What did I say? I got a Cecilia John. See, there's something that's being said that is who you see the Cecilia Johns in the chat? Like what is that? That must be a bot account. That's a bot. That's the bot. So anyway, family, wanted to talk about old Killer Kyle and the January 6th people because we want to make sure we get it understood and broke down that these people are of the same ilk, whether they're on the left or the right. They are all anti-black, and we need to start looking at ourselves as one unit because we are the only group that can look out for our group. And until these other people, okay, give me a moment, Silent D, and I will be with y'all shortly. So we have to be mindful of the things we're up against as a group, as a collective, as a community, and as also the things that we need. And we do not need to sit up here and apologize for any kind of victory that we acquire. And one thing that needs to be understood throughout our group, only thing we can count as an actual victory is something that we don't share as a group. Our group, something that is solely for us, that will be a victory. When we get into, we're not finna talk about we got a conviction here, we got something here. No. When you start talking to, this is what we gonna do for foundational Black Americans, the descendants of slaves, the Black people here in America, not just Africanness or African descendants or descendants of slaves, because they get real tricky in the word. So these are the things that we, and not to mention, we don't need to see, we will know people are serious about what we say when we see us, the grassroots, in front of the people, versus them telling us this person is talking for our behalf, for our community. And right now, we have very thoroughly shut the door on them dum-dums. Because FBA is closed, so you can't sneak your way in the back door. No. Closed for construction. We're doing a remodel from the inside out. So if y'all want to be part, for the powers that be, all I can say is everything that you are putting money into will lose. I think I've told you before that we have a song called Put Your Money in the Bag because we got this bag. What's that next line? Oh, you'll go broke if you don't wanna put your money on us. Put your money in the bag because we got this bagged up. Like the green or the purple of that lovely stuff. Put your money on us. Babylon is falling. Babylon is falling. Let it fall and let us rise. I would like to thank everyone for hanging out with me this evening. I appreciate it. We shut Black Friday down. Absolutely, we did. They did. And you know what? They're not really talking much about that either because they don't want to talk about that type of L. So they just glossed over Black Friday. No big frenzy. Oh, man, it was the pandemic. Yeah, that's the reason for them numbers. But if you would look at BNC, the Black News Channel, or The Root that is taking donations. Man, millions upon millions upon millions of dollars and aren't relevant enough in a whole day of broadcasting to match Professor Black Truth's 20-minute videos. Put your money in the bag. Mark my word. You will go broke if you don't wanna put your money on us. Family, you can follow me at BeatZillaPDX on Instagram. And at Twitter, you can follow me at BeatZillaPDX. On Facebook, BeatZillaPDX. And also at Patreon, BeatZillaPDX Official. Excuse me. And of course, you can email me at ourrealtruth@gmail.com. That is ourrealtruth@gmail.com. And if, of course, you feel so inclined to put some money in the bucket by way of donation, you can definitely do so at Cash App, $BeatZillaPDX. That is Cash App, $BeatZillaPDX. And of course, also at PayPal. At PayPal at Zilla Muzak. That is ZILLAMUZAK. And, thank you. Peace, power, blessings, and protection to everyone who has donated already and to everybody who will continue to donate. We have a Russian bot in the chat. You even went ahead and just kept the whole Russian name. Huh? You didn't even change it to like Carl. So let's keep it Russian. Who cares? They know. So family, I will see y'all Friday. Y'all have a blessed rest of the evening. For those of y'all burning the midnight oil over there on the East Coast, I much appreciate it. Hopefully it looks like I'm probably about fulfilling the whole time slot for your evening news right now. Well, that's that midnight news. That's what that is. That's the midnight news. The 11 o'clock replay is what y'all got on now. So I definitely appreciate y'all for burning the midnight oil with a brother. And we are going to get out of here. There we go. And you know how we do. So y'all have a blessed evening, and I will see y'all Friday. Remember, we're going early on Friday. So, Merry Blackmas Eve. We doing it like that, y'all. So the Jimmy Dragon, BeatZilla PDX, we are out of here until then, y'all. Shalom, y'all.
When you know who Satan is, yes, sir, you don't have to kill him. No. The stone of truth. Yeah. See, that's what you throw. Yes, right. Allah says, had we wished to take a pastime from before, surely we would have done it. Nay, we cast truth at falsehood till we knock out its brains. Every one of you that knows the truth, stand up and tell it from the mountaintop. Black people can't take it no more. So wherever you are on the job, in the factory, I don't care where you are. If you know the truth, stand up on the truth and tell Satan, who the hell are you to try and pick my friends? Farrakhan is God's man, and you are from the enemy of God. So to hell with you. Stand up on it like a man.